removed the skin, you took a picture of the muscles that you saw, right?
Yes.
Now, that's not an exhibit that we have seen yet, correct?
Of the muscles of the neck?
Of the
But we
first
did.
layer of that muscles of the neck.
I don't remember seeing that, no.
Okay. And would you recognize that if it was shown to you today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with Defendant's Exhibit A.
Yes, you may. You have continuing permission to approach too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, I just gave you Defendant's Exhibit A, correct?
Yes.
And this is a photograph that you took on July 4th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
This is a photo of that first layer after removing the skin in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate copy of your memory of the autopsy on that day. Right?
Yes.
Your Honor, the defense moves to admit Defendant's Exhibit A.
Is there any objection, Mr. Zentner?
No.
All right, defendant's exhibit A is admitted.
And the defense accept requests to publish as well.
Okay, that's fine, thanks.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, that's the same picture that you have printed out in front of you, right?
Yes.
So this shows kind of that first layer of muscle in Martin's neck right under the skin, right?
Yes.
This is the sternocleidoid mastoid muscles, is that right?
There's one on each side, yes.
So we have the white in the center and then those muscles are on either side, right?
Yes.
And you took this photo as what you would call a negative finding, right?
Correct.
Meaning that you didn't note any hemorrhages in this photo, right?
He does not have any hemorrhages in this photo, correct?
You didn't find any evidence that you thought may contribute to a strangulation finding in this photo, correct?
Correct. There's no injuries in this photo.
Okay. And then after you took this photo, you continued on with the autopsy, including removing this layer of muscle, right?
Yes.
And that's where we got to those exhibits 608 and 609 that we talked about on Friday.
I believe so, yes. 609 and 608, yes.
Okay. And those were of the sternothyroid muscle in the neck, right?
Correct.
And in that layer, that's where you identified some hemorrhaging, right?
Yes.
And again, as you're going through your autopsy, you're moving out these muscles and different organs in the neck as you kind of work your way through it, right?
Yes.
So even after 608, 609, you continued with that autopsy process, right?
Yes.
You would recognize a picture of kind of the next stage of that, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Yvette. And for the record, I'm approaching with Defendant's Exhibit B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, that's the after all the skeletal muscles of the neck have been removed along with the trachea.
Right. So just so the record's clear, from Martin on your autopsy in July of 2016, correct?
Yes, correct.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of that area in the neck?
Yes.
The defense moves to admit Defense Exhibit B.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defendant's exhibit B is admitted.
Thank you.
Sure,
And the defense requests to publish.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so you started to kind of talk about it a little bit. This is as we're continuing that autopsy process with all of those different structures removed from the neck, right?
Correct.
Now, we don't have pictures between kind of the process of the 608, 609 and Defense Exhibit B, right?
Let's see, 608, 609, and Defense B. I don't believe so.
Okay. But again, this photo here is what you would call that negative finding, right?
It is, there's no injuries in this photo unless you take into account the very upper right side of the photo. You do see a little bit of hemorrhage in that sternothyroid muscle, but no.
Oh, so
For-
on
for-
the sternothyroid muscle, so the same hemorrhage that was depicted in 608, 609.
Correct. Besides that, it is, yes, there's no other injuries.
Okay. And we can take that down, thank you. Now, part of your testimony on Friday was talking about pneumonia, right?
I believe that was briefly mentioned, yes.
Right. You agree that there are many, many different types of pneumonia, right?
There are a few different, what causes pneumonia, bacterial, viral, yes,
Various different types of bacteria, right?
yes,
Various different types of viruses, right?
correct.
And I think you said it was very rare for a 6-year-old to die from pneumonia. Is that right?
Very rare for a 6-year-old to die of pneumonia and not be treated in the hospital and to present to someone like me for autopsy. Kids do die of pneumonia, but it's usually not a sudden death. They're usually treated in the hospital.
Okay, so if they're getting medical care, then they might not die from pneumonia.
It would be unlikely unless they had some underlying disease process, yes.
Because pneumonia is a very common, when we're talking worldwide, right, is a very common way that kids die, right?
I would say not really.
You're saying, I'm sorry?
I would say no.
No? So do you disagree that pneumonia remains the leading cause of death in children outside the neonatal period despite advances in prevention and management?
It might be the most common natural death, but I would say the most common cause of death in kids would be accidents, underlying natural disease processes. It's not a common cause of death in a kid that doesn't have an underlying natural disease like this young man here. It is a common cause of death with kids that have brain disorders, underlying heart disease, things like that. But it is not a common cause of death in kids that are normal.
Okay, so pneumonia is not the leading cause of death in children under 5 years old?
Your objection, foundation, and asked and answered. Thank you.
The objection's overruled.
Again, it's not a common cause of death in normal kids. No, I would disagree with that.
Now you'd agree with me that there are a lot of different statistics kept in the medical field, right?
Yes,
Different statistics relating to the prevalence of certain diseases, right?
yes,
Different statistics relating to various causes of death, right?
I think I know what you might want to rephrase that question. Yes,
Okay, so you
I think
agree
the
that,
answer is yes, but yes,
okay, so you agree that there are statistics out there for various types of cause of death.
yes,
And these are often tracked by different age groups, right?
yes,
And they're published, right?
yes,
They're published in a lot of different places, right?
yes,
These can be published on government websites, right?
yes,
These can be published by organizations like the World Health Organization, right?
yes,
And they can be published in a variety of different medical journals, right?
yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, just for the record, I am approaching with an article entitled Community-Acquired Pneumonia in Children, a Changing Spectrum of Disease.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did we want to mark it as an exhibit so that we have a record?
I'm not offering it to evidence, but I can mark it as exhibit if the court
Okay.
prefers.
Even if it's not admitted as evidence, we keep it as part of the record, so the
Great.
record's clear.
Let's mark it as Defense Exhibit C, just for purposes of identification.
All right, thanks. Did you need any exhibit stickers or?
I can add it to the one Dr. Havlik has.
I have a sticker up here if you want. Thank you. Sure.
Just gonna add a sticker to this one.
Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Havlik, so this is a article from one of those kind of medical journals that we were just talking about, right?
Yes, it's from Pediatric Radiology.
From 2017, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that it's talking about these statistics about pneumonia, right?
I have not seen this article before, so I can't comment on that. This is the first I've seen this article.
Sure. Do you need a minute to review the abstract of it?
I would have to take several minutes to read this article.
Could you read the first sentence
The first sentence of the abstract.
and the introduction?
Okay, written by.
You don't have to read it out loud, just for your own.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what you meant, sorry. The first sentence of the abstract. Okay,
And do you agree that these kind of publications about the statistics of disease published in medical journals are reasonably reliable authority?
I have never heard of pediatric radiology, the journal, but it does look like a valid journal. The author is from South Africa.
Okay.
I have not heard of that journal, but it does look sort of legitimate. But again, I've never seen this.
Yeah, and part of the problem, right, is there are tons of medical journals out there, right?
There are several, yes.
Well, they're published by a variety of different universities, right?
Journals aren't generally published by universities. They're usually different organizations. I would disagree with that, but
Different hospitals contribute to medical journals.
different doctors do.
Different medical associations do,
Yes,
and from all over the world, right?
yes.
So when we're looking at this particular article, it says pneumonia remains.
Foundation, events and 403
Ms. Marasich?
and 801, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Marasich?
Yes, Your Honor, this is admissible under Rule 803-18. The proper foundation has been laid through the testimony of this witness, and portions of the article may be read into evidence and may be received as exhibits as the court permits.
If I could have the lawyer's approach, please. Thank you.
And you have testified most of those times for the prosecution, right?
I would say the majority, yes, probably 90% of the time.
You actually won an award from this prosecution's office, right?
Yes,
The Professional of the Year, right?
yes,
That was back in 2021.
yes.
You would self-describe yourself at the coroner's office as the sheriff of the coroner's office, right?
I don't think I've ever said that. I would disagree with that. If that's written somewhere, I did not say that. No.
Apologize, could we approach the court?
Oh, sure. Feel free to stretch during our sidebar conferences, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Now let's shift and talk about your assessment of Martin as a very healthy kid, okay?
Okay.
You reviewed his medical records, some of them at the time of the autopsy, right?
Yes,
And since then, you've had an opportunity to look more at the medical records, right?
I did review them before testimony this week. So yes,
You had testified earlier that he had been sick for days leading up to the autopsy. That was the information you had.
yes, that's not coming from me. That's what I heard. Yes,
He had in the past gone to emergency care for issues breathing, right?
Your Honor, objection foundation, thank you.
The objection sustained.
You reviewed his medical records leading up to July 4th, 2016, correct?
yes,
This included various doctor's visits, right?
yes,
From a few different doctors, right?
yes,
This included medical history dating all the way back to 2012, right?
I believe so. I don't remember the dates, but I did look at several from over the past couple of years. Yes. I'm sorry. Again, this is 9 years ago. So a past couple of years before 2016.
Sure. And after reviewing these various medical records over those years, you still come to the conclusion today that Martin was a quote, very healthy kid, right?
Correct. There was nothing in his medical records that suggested he had any underlying chronic disease process. There is mention of some childhood asthma, which is common in kids. That was the only thing I recall that was necessarily listed in his medical records.
Yeah, so asthma was listed many times in his medical records.
I would not say many, a few times, yes.
He was prescribed medication to manage that asthma.
I'm not sure about that.
Singular, does that ring any bells?
I think, again, I'm a pathologist. I always tell people I'm a pathologist. I don't do drugs. So I don't get too much involved with the treatment of things. So I am not sure.
Okay, so you've reviewed the records, you're testifying today he's a very healthy kid, but you're not sure if he was prescribed medication for an underlying condition?
I'm not sure.
He had various appointments specifically about breathing.
Your Honor, objection, foundation, and argumentative. Thank you.
The objection sustained. As far as the lack of foundation, I didn't find it to be argumentative, but thank you.
Back in 2015, specifically, he saw a professional, Dr. Scott. Is that right?
I know, I remember when we had talked, I think it was with you, you had mentioned a note from Dr. Scott. I never actually saw a note from Dr. Scott.
And Dr. Scott, he's an allergy and asthma doctor.
Yes.
So you don't know what the allergy and asthma doctor.
I don't believe I ever actually looked at a note from Dr. Scott.
But you're testifying here today that Martin was a very healthy kid?
Yes, he was.
Now, in addition to this asthma, Martin struggled with his weight.
I do recall that, yes.
Yeah, specifically that he was underweight for a child of his age, right?
I'm not sure about that part, but I remember reading notes about him not eating well and being underweight.
Being underweight.
Yes.
We're not talking about obesity here,
No.
right? The other direction.
Correct.
Now, you'd agree with me that it's important for kids to be eating, right?
Yes.
It's important for kids to be on track with their weight to remain healthy, right?
Yes.
You didn't note in your other significant concern section of your autopsy anything about this failure to gain weight, right?
No, at autopsy, at the time I saw him, he seemed very normal.
You didn't note in that other significant concern section anything about this asthma history, right?
I did, in my microscopic description of the report, which I think we talked about, I did detail all the findings that would not say he had asthma. So he did not have asthma at autopsy.
Well, so he didn't have, your finding from your review was that he did not have an acute asthma attack at the time that he died.
That is
right?
correct.
It's not that he did or didn't have asthma, generally speaking.
So at autopsy, looking at the lungs under the microscope, you can tell if a person has asthma, has a history of asthma. He had no indication in his lungs that he had asthma, either at the time he died or previously.
Oh. Now, as you mentioned earlier, this isn't the first time you and I have talked about this case, right?
I believe you were present. I had to look at my notes, but I believe you were with the defense when I talked to you about this case at least once or twice.
One of those conversations was on August 8th of 2024. Does that sound right?
That was over a year ago. It sounds vaguely familiar.
A meeting that took place at Community Hospital
Again, it sounds vaguely familiar.
where you met with the defense and the defense investigator specifically about talking about the different photos in the case.
Okay.
Does that sound familiar?
Again, it might have been a quick meeting. It sounds vaguely familiar. I do remember meeting with the defense.
Okay. And they asked you, or we asked you, a variety of different questions trying to understand the autopsy, right?
Yes.
A variety of different questions trying to understand what the various photos meant.
Okay.
Is that right?
Again, I don't necessarily recall the specifics of that meeting. I do have notes I could refer to, but I don't remember that.
Well, that meeting was recorded with your permission, right?
Okay.
So at that meeting, you were specifically asked about that section of your report talking about asthma, right?
The microscopic description?
Yes.
Okay.
And you were asked, does that say he doesn't have asthma or that it hasn't progressed long enough? And you answered, it says he did not have an asthma attack at the time that he died, right?
That's in just what I just said. Yes, correct.
And you further explained it's not to say he didn't have asthma. He very well could have had asthma.
Your Honor, I'd object based on foundation, improper impeachment, and facts not in evidence. Thank you.
The objection is overruled.
So again, at autopsy, he did not have evidence of asthma previously or at the time of his death. His lungs looked very normal. He could have had a clinical history of asthma, which a lot of kids do, and they get labeled with asthma. A lot of children do, which they grow out of eventually. But pathologically, he did not have evidence of asthma. He very well clinically could have had symptoms of asthma, but his lungs looked normal, which would disagree with the clinical history.
Okay. So you agree he very well could have had asthma, like you said, in August of 2024?
Could have a clinical history of it, but again, his lungs do not prove that.
Okay. Do you know if he had an active prescription pertaining to asthma at the time of his death?
I did not know. No,
You don't know, or no, he did not?
I did not know again, I don't get too involved with the drugs people get put on. They do show up on our toxicology exam if they're taking them. But I don't specifically recall knowing that.
Okay. So I guess regardless, right, we agree that in the other significant concern section, you did not note any other kind of risk factors there, right?
Correct. And yeah, correct. That asthma would not be a risk factor for strangulation.
It would be for asphyxia, right?
No, not by strangulation. No.
Well, I didn't say that. So by asphyxia though, right?
Asthma, I guess you can, when someone dies of an acute asthma attack, you don't call it an asphyxial death. So, but you could make that generality, I guess, that asthma is asphyxia, but it's possible.
Okay. Now, outside of asthma, in your review of the medical records, I want to talk to you about some other concerns, okay?
Okay.
So on April 17th, 2015, Martin Osinski had an appointment, right?
Your Honor, objection, foundation, and facts not in evidence. May we approach?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Marsic, you can continue when you're ready. The objection with regard to foundation is sustained. Thanks.
Like I to show you the medical records, and you can let me know if these were part of these medical records that you reviewed coming to court today. Do you remember the specific page numbers of the records you did review?
Oh, no. Yeah.
No, okay, I assumed not. So for the record, Dr. Havlick, I'm approaching you with discovery pages 409 to 411 that I've marked as defense exhibit D as in dog.
Okay.
And if you could take a look at those and then just look up when you're done.
Okay.
So are these medical records that you reviewed before today?
Maybe I should look at them a little, I'm sorry, let me look at them a little more closely here. Okay, yes, they do look familiar, and it is, I see this is printed by our electronic system we have here in Western Colorado. So everything in, pretty much everything in this electronic system is what I reviewed, and this is one of them.
Okay. So this is a medical record specifically about April 17th, 2015,
Correct.
pertaining to Martin Osinski, right?
Yes,
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the medical record as you reviewed it in preparation for today's testimony?
yes,
Your Honor, the defense seeks to admit defense exhibit D as in dog.
Is there an objection?
Your Honor, we would object as to 401 relevancy at this point. Thank you.
The objections are
overruled. Exhibit D is admitted.
So Dr. Havlick, looking at this defense exhibit D, it purports that Martin has a history of asthma, right?
yes,
That he was there specifically for coughing all night for the past couple of months, right?
yes,
And that he also allergies, right?
yes,
Now, he had been brought in by his dad, right?
yes,
It doesn't say who dad is specifically, right?
correct.
And they're requesting a refill for a medication.
Yes,
Part of the concern was that when he lays down, he experiences symptoms, right?
yes,
As soon as he lays down, he gets this cough and a runny nose.
that's what it says here, yes.
Now, going to the next page, so discovery page 410,
Okay,
there's a documentation of his medication history as well, right?
yes,
And what we see there are various prescriptions that pertain to asthma specifically, right?
yes,
3 different ones, in fact.
Yes.
And then the next page of it, I think it's 411 then.
Yes.
If we go to the bottom where it says asthma and then impression,
Yes.
he was referred out to an allergist, right?
It does say that here. Yes.
And then it talks about the albuterol up to 4 times a day, right?
Yes.
And that's an inhaler, is that right?
Again, I'm a pathologist. This would not be my expertise. But
Okay.
I believe it is an inhaler.
Okay. And on that same page, when we're talking about general in the middle, there's an assessment of his chest and lungs, right?
Let's see. Yes.
So it notes that they seem clear, symmetric expansion, right?
Yes.
But it also says that there is a rare faint wheeze, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked a little bit about that allergist. You said you did not review,
I don't recall reviewing
Okay.
his records. Yeah.
and that's that. I assume we're talking about Dr. Scott still.
Correct.
So I'd like to approach you with another medical record and just ask if it is one of the things that you reviewed or not.
Okay.
$415 to $417. And for the record, I'm approaching with discovery pages 415 to 417. And I'll mark that as Defense Exhibit E.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Havlick, if you could just take a look at that and see if that's another record that you reviewed prior to.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes.
And is this pertaining to another medical visit by Martin Ozinski?
Yes, another old visit from 2013.
Right. So September 4th of 2013, right?
Looks like September 8th.
Oh.
Let's see. Yeah, it does label the 4th on one area and then the 8th on another area, but in September of 2013.
Yeah, at the top section, it says the 4th, and then at the note section, it says the 8th.
Correct.
So September of 2013. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the medical record that you reviewed when coming to your opinions today?
Yes.
The defense seeks to admit Defense Exhibit E.
Mr. Zentner?
Thank you, Judge. Objection as to relevance, as Dr. Havlick said, just information from another old visit from 2013. Unrelated, irrelevant. Thank you.
Objections overruled. Exhibit E is admitted.
All right, so this was when Martin was younger, right? 4 years old,
Yes.
for his well child visit, right?
Yes.
And again, we have this notation about asthma, right?
Let's see here. You might have to point it out to me. It might be in here somewhere. I don't see it on the first page. Let's see on the second page. If you see it before me, please let me know.
So I'm seeing it on the first and the second page.
Okay, let's see the first page. Oh, it does say using singular for asthma. Yes.
Okay. And that's that same medication, that the same name of the medication that we were talking about in Defense Exhibit D, the
Yes.
2015 visit. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you review any medical records from the year 2016?
I believe I did, especially the ER visit. I would have to be reminded of if we had visits. I do vaguely remember a visit or two in 2016.
Okay. And when you say the ER visit, you're referring to the
The
day that
incident
he,
of it,
okay.
yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you a few more and ask. I think I'm on F. So we're at 88. $388.
Okay.
To $395. All right, for the record, I'm approaching with discovery pages 388 to 395. Noted as Defense Exhibit F.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that one's a little longer, Dr. Havlick, if you could let us know when you have a chance to review that.
Okay, I do remember reviewing these.
Okay, so that stack actually is referring to two different visits, is that right? So on page 1, we're talking about, I think, March 12th of 2016?
Correct, and also on February 15th of 2016.
Okay. Kind of the notes from the March visit trail into the ones from the February visit on the same page, right?
Yes.
Okay. And both of these are visits by Martin Ozinski to a medical professional, right?
Yes.
And you said that these are records that you reviewed and coming to your conclusions today, right?
Yes.
And do these appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the medical records as you reviewed them?
All but the notes on here. I believe the notes were put on by someone else, but I did not have the handwritten notes on here.
Okay.
And also there's highlights on here that I did not see. I have seen these records with
Right.
these notes on them. I saw them both ways, without the notes and with the notes. The notes,
Right.
I think, were put on by a different pathologist or
Right.
a different person.
Okay. Do you disagree with any of the notes?
The handwritten notes?
Yes.
Your Honor, objection foundation, thank you. May we approach?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
All right, the prosecution's objection to F is overruled and F is admitted with the conditions set forth by the court at the bench conference. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if you could bear with us for 1 minute, Dr. Havlet.
F is admitted, ladies and gentlemen, but you're also instructed that when you review Exhibit F, you're to disregard that there are highlights on there, given the doctor's testimony. So just disregard that the information is highlighted. Thanks. And also Ms. Marasich is whiting out the parts that the doctor testified were notes that he did not make on the exhibit. So you just disregard any notes on there, but they should be whited out for you. So thanks.
All right, so we were talking about how this is a March 12th visit of 2015. Is that right?
2016, yes.
Oh, 2016, my apologies. And a February 15 of 2016.
Yes.
All right. So let's start with, since they're in that order, let's start with March of 2016.
Okay.
So this is a urgent care visit, right?
Yes.
For Martin, right?
Yes.
Related to abdominal pain, right?
Yes.
In the medication history on that 389,
Okay.
you see two things listed as active, right?
Yes.
And that's that albuterol that we talked about before, right?
Yes.
When we kind of flip through the various pages, we get to on February 15th, and that's on 392.
Okay.
That helps. This is another urgent care visit, right?
Yes.
Just a few months before Martin died in July.
Yes, this was in February.
Here, Martin was complaining of a cough, right?
Yes.
This cough was described as wet and so strong that it makes him throw up, right?
It does say that in here, yes.
It actually interfered with his sleep, right?
Your objection, the exhibit reads for itself. Thank you.
Objections overruled.
It actually interfered with his sleep, right?
It does say that here, yes.
It says the parents were trying to use the prescribed medication, but it wasn't providing any relief for Martin, right?
It wasn't a prescribed, well, it says over-the-counter medications and
Okay.
also his nebulizer treatment.
Okay,
Yes,
so one, I guess I should say.
yes.
And that wasn't helping argument. It wasn't helping Martin, correct?
That's what the parent said, yes.
Also, so on 393, towards the bottom of the page, we see that there's a family history of asthma, right?
It does say that here.
It also says that Martin does not have immunizations, right?
It does say that here.
It says that his mother declined immunizations, right?
Yes.
When we get Okay, so I have another record for you. This one is from 2015. I'm gonna do a similar procedure here and see if it's one that you reviewed. Okay.
Okay.
All right. 396 to 399.
Can I see those real quick?
Yes. There's no notes on this one.
Thank you.
Good. All right, for the record, I'm approaching with discovery pages 396 to 399, labeled as Defense Exhibit G.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, if you could take a moment to review those.
Yes, I did review these.
Okay, so you reviewed these records in preparation for your testimony today,
Yes,
and they pertain to a doctor's visit of Martin Ozinski on August 19th, 2015, right?
August 19th. Let's see. It is August of 2015. It does say the 21st, but
Okay, so we have a similar situation where there's two dates on here, right? August 19th and August 21st.
I don't see the 19th anywhere on here, but
You go under
I'll take care of it
organizer
tonight.
notes.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry, if you go under organizer notes,
organizer notes. It does say August 19th.
Okay.
Most of it says the 21st, but there's
Right.
that one notation that says the 19th.
okay. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the records that you reviewed when coming to your conclusions here?
Yes,
The defense moves to admit Defense Exhibit G.
Mr. Zentner,
No objection, Judge. Thank you.
Exhibit G is admitted.
Okay, so this visit is when Martin was 6 years old, right?
it was about a year before he died. I'd have to remember his date of birth, but he was either 5 or 6.
It notes on here he was 6, right?
Okay, yes,
And he was brought into the primary care, Grand Valley Primary Care by his parents, right?
Yes, it does.
And this report has to do with his bowel movements, right?
It does say that here.
His mother says that he has lots of GI problems, according to this record.
Your Honor, objection, the exhibit reads for itself, just keeping an eye on timing here. Thank you.
Objections overruled.
6:12, thank you.
It does say, it does mention in here about bowel movements.
It also notes on here under the problem list that weight loss concern.
Under the problem list, it does mention weight loss.
And we have that asthma mentioned again, right?
It does list the asthma, yes.
Okay. And then you said you did not review the notes from Dr. Scott, right?
I do not recall reviewing those, no.
Okay, I won't give you those then. All right, I have 400 to 403. Yep.
And we're getting close to our mid-morning break time, so I don't know if this is good or if you want to wait a few more minutes, but since.
I think that would make sense.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our mid-morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember all the instructions for the recesses. We'll see you back in about 10 minutes. Thank you. For the record, our jury's left the court and will be in recess until 10:40, please. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, the microphones have been unmuted for live streaming. All right, we're back on the record in 23 CR 1042, People versus Darin Thrailkill. Mr. Thrailkill appears in custody represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marisic. Mr. Zentner and Ms. Mayer are both here for the people. We're outside the presence of our jury. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Zent-
I think.
Ms. Marisic is, Mr. Zentner.
Thank you, Judge. One moment on that. Ms. Marisic was kind enough to show me the 4 more exhibits that she wants to introduce through Dr. Havlick. I think in an effort to save some time here, there are 2 that I would be objecting to as to relevance. One is J. It's a record from February of 2013. Talks about a psychiatric evaluation that Martin's mom doesn't agree with. I don't know how that's relevant whatsoever to Dr. Havlick's testimony, even if he reviewed these records, which I'm not sure he has. And then what's been marked for identification purposes is Exhibit K. That's a record from August 21st, 2012. Speaks of the concerns, mother's concerns about autism and ADD, and her concerns about how Martin plays. Again, irrelevant to Dr. Havlick's testimony, even if he had reviewed these. Thank you.
Ms. Marisic.
Yes, Your Honor. So both of these are relevant. Other portions of both of them do discuss the singular medication that we've associated with asthma, specifically talking about this discussion of autism and being screened for autism and ADD. That is certainly relevant as it goes to the prosecution's own theory of the case that Mr. Thrailkill, it was a collapse in parenting, I think was the terminology they used in opening, that this was his fatal flaw was having an accident on that day, and kind of talking about Martin generally on that. This talks about how Martin Ozinski had these behavioral concerns that his mother had for multiple years leading up to this. So it directly rebuts the prosecution's theory about, this was this, I don't know, that he went into a rage and killed a child that he's been caring for many years because of an accident. The bar for relevance is very low here. I'm not sure if that is something that Dr. Havlick took into consideration as part of his autopsy, but it is relevant still to the case. Thank you.
Any other argument, Mr. Zentner? Or?
Your Honor, I think that's a stretch to explain that somehow that flies in the face of our theory of the case here in terms of how Martin Ozinski was behaving in 2013 and 2012. And quite frankly, even if it was July 1st of 2016, it wouldn't be relevant. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm presuming you're moving to admit H, I, J, and K, and the prosecution is objecting to J, K, but we kind of put the cart before the horse. So
Yes.
is the defense moving to admit H, I, J, and K?
I think I need to lay some foundation with Dr. Havlick still, asking if
just
he
wanted
did
to-
review it. Mr. Zentner, I think, wanted to bring this up before the jury came in. So
Okay. So then you would just renew your objection if she does introduce them after attempting to lay a foundation, Mr. Zentner? Is that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do here, Judge, is
Okay.
to preclude.
So we don't have
Ms.
another sidebar conferences?
Well, that, and also to preclude Ms. Marisic from using words like psychiatric evaluation in her questions of Dr. Havlick. By then, the cows left the barn, so to speak. So I do not want any evidence of a psychiatric evaluation, autism, ADD, how he plays, mom's disagreements with that. We'll stipulate to H and I, Judge, based on you know, the other records that have been introduced, but that's my objection. That's the reason I'm bringing it up now is I don't want there to be a record of it. It'd be unfair to us if Ms. Marisich leads with, have you reviewed these records? Yes. And now this, you know, and starts using terms like psychiatric and autism and ADD. So thank you.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I think if there's a foundation laid that the witness considered the report as part of his opinion with regard to the autopsy, then it becomes admissible if that foundation is laid, except for other objections, which I'm considering that the prosecution has made. But with regard to these records, I am going to overrule the people's objection with regard to there being psychiatric records and records of autism, ADD. And it's for the reasons that were articulated by Ms. Marisich. The objection has been made with me ruling on it prior to you seeking admission, I guess is a good way to put it. But
Thank you.
Judge.
but the defense will still need to lay the foundation we've talked about previously. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, thank
All
you.
right, thanks. Would you invite the jury in, please? Thank you. So the microphones may be picking you up, Miss Mayor. My screen's indicating a microphone's activated when you're whispering, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Already.
Open your eyes.
Thank you. Please be seated. For the record, the jury has joined us back in the court. Welcome back, everybody, and we're ready to proceed. Thanks, Ms. Marisich.
Thank you. So for the record, I'm approaching with defense exhibits H, I, J, and K. And Dr. Havlik, same as the other ones, if you could just take a look and see if these are records you reviewed
Okay.
previously. And while you're doing that, I'll just make the record on the page numbers. So exhibit H is 400 to 403. Exhibit I is 412 to 414. Exhibit J is 418 to 420. And exhibit K is 421 to 424.
Okay, when I can go ahead and let you know if I reviewed
Yes,
these
please,
before.
thank you.
So this first one, the H, yes.
Okay,
Yes, I do not recall looking, and I don't think I don't think these are on my electronic system that I review. J and K, I do not think I reviewed those, but
okay,
yes, H and I.
okay. So I just want to talk about H first then, okay? So this is a medical record pertaining to Martin Ozinski, right?
Yes,
From May 6th of 2015, right?
yes,
And is this a fair and accurate copy of that medical record that you reviewed when coming to your conclusions today?
yes,
The defense moves to admit Defense Exhibit H at this time.
Mr. Zentner,
No objection, Judge.
H is admitted.
So let's talk a little bit about H first here, okay? This is from the emergency department, correct?
yes,
It indicates that Martin's father had brought him in with abdominal pain.
No objection, the exhibit reads for itself in form of question. If the witness is just confirming what's in the exhibit, Judge, that's our objection, waiting for a question. Thank you.
The objections overruled.
Thanks.
yes, it does say in here that came in with abdominal pain.
With the father.
With the father, let's see. You might have to point out the father part in here.
Yeah, so if we could take a look at 401 in the top paragraph.
It does say FOC, which I would assume means father of child.
Okay, thank you.
Again, that's an assumption. I think that is a common abbreviation.
And it also references that that Martin had a different appointment earlier that day, right?
Yes,
That's that allergist appointment that we've kind of talked about.
yes,
So this was actually the same day as that, right?
yes.
Okay, if we could move to I.
Okay,
This is again a medical record for Martin Ozinski, right?
yes,
From September of 2014.
yes,
And you said earlier this is one that you reviewed previously, correct?
yes,
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the medical records as you reviewed them when coming to your conclusion?
yes.
The defense moves to admit Defense Exhibit I.
Mr. Zentner, do you have an objection?
No.
I is admitted.
Okay, so this one is at the primary care this time, right?
Grand Valley Primary Care, yes,
And this is just a kind of well child check, right?
let's see, is it a well child check? Yes, it is a well child check visit.
And it indicates that Martin is using Singular and Pro Air for asthma, right?
Yes,
It also says that the mother still does not want to do immunizations, correct?
let's see. Is that on the first? Yes, it does. It's on the first page. It does say that.
Okay. And then J and K, you said you do not believe you reviewed those.
Correct.
Given that, Your Honor, the defense is not moving to admit J and K at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so reviewing all of those different medical records, do you still believe, or do you stand by the assessment that you made earlier, right, that Martin was a, quote, very healthy child?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you, going back to your autopsy in July of 2016, what information you had about Martin's lungs, okay?
Okay.
You noted in your review of the lungs some congestion, right?
Yes.
The, you talked earlier that there was actually an X-ray done on Martin's lungs at the hospital, right?
When he went to the ER at the time of the event, he did get an X-ray. Yes.
And I think you explained that that X-ray more so had to do with the endotracheal tube, right?
That was the main purpose of it. Yes,
But it did also show Martin's lungs, right?
it did.
And that showed minimal bilateral lower lobe aspiration, right?
I did not see that. That is noted in the report, though. Yes,
The report from the radiologist, right?
correct.
And that's the person that interprets X-rays, right?
Yes,
You're not a radiologist.
I am not.
This X-ray also revealed heterogeneous opacities in both lower lobes, right?
I believe it said that. I'd have to review the report again, but that does sound familiar.
Okay. Now, you did do some X-raying of Martin as part of the autopsy too, right?
Yes.
That was more so about the bones though, right?
It includes the chest also, but we do X-rays in autopsies to look for bony injuries.
Yeah. You didn't find any broken bones.
No,
You didn't find any fractures.
no,
You didn't find healed over broken bones, right?
that is correct.
You didn't find healed over fractures, right?
Same, yeah, same thing, right? No.
And that is something that you do look for when you're doing an autopsy on a child, right?
Yes,
Because these kind of history of fractures or broken bones can indicate abuse, right?
yes,
And you did not find that here with Martin.
that is correct.
Now, another piece of the autopsy that we talked a little bit about on Friday was the slides that were prepared, correct?
Yes,
So this is putting cells under a microscope for closer examination, right?
yes,
You take that from different parts of the person's body, right?
yes,
Before you put them under the microscope, you put a stain on them, correct?
yes, so, correct. My laboratory does, yes.
Yes, sorry. And that just helps you see different things, identify different things in what you're looking at, right?
Correct.
In Martin's case, you had your lab apply the H&E stain, right?
Correct.
You did not also apply any sort of immunostains, right?
No special stains were done, no immunostains, like she says, they were not done, no.
Now you reviewed these, or these slides were prepared initially back in 2016, right?
Yes,
But you do also preserve the evidence in case there's litigation in the future, right?
we do, we have a policy to keep the tissue slides and the tissue blocks, which the slides are made of. We do have a policy to keep those forever, basically.
Yeah, so those blocks that you're talking about, it's a paraffin block, is that right?
Correct.
And those cells that you would examine are contained in that, right?
Yes,
And then you kind of make a slice from the block, and that's what's put on the slide, right?
yes,
That's when the stain is applied on the slide, right?
yes,
And then a professional like yourself is taking a look at what is stained, what is not, et cetera.
yes,
So in this case, you and your lab were requested to prepare additional slides within this past year, right?
I believe it was about a year ago or so that the defense asked, yes.
Okay. So you went to those blocks and did that slicing technique, right?
Yes, my lab did, yes.
Your lab did, and put them on the slides, right?
Yes,
To be shipped out to a different person to review,
yes.
a different person to apply staining to.
Again, not at my request, at their request, yes.
Yes, absolutely. And those were sent off to a Dr. Auer in Canada, is that right?
Yes,
And I assume your lab followed appropriate protocols when preparing those slides for defense review.
yes.
So let's talk more about petechiae, okay? You testified that Martin had the most you've ever seen, right?
It was very pronounced, most I've ever seen in a child and probably in most I've seen even in an adult, yes.
And the way petechiae form has to do with increased intravascular pressure, right?
Yes,
Meaning that the pressure that the blood inside a vein exerts on the vein or vessel, right?
correct.
And because of that pressure, sometimes some of those red blood cells can escape where they're at in the vessel, right?
Right, basically the small vessels break, correct.
And that breaking, that breaking out of that vessel is what's forming this petechiae that we're seeing.
That's correct.
Now, when we're talking about increased intravascular pressure, there are a lot of different things that can cause that, correct?
Yes,
Some are manual external forces, right?
yes,
Such as strangulation,
yes.
such as, a blunt force injury, right?
A blunt force injury, usually not.
Okay. So you're saying like direct blows would not form any petechiae? Or could not?
It would be way more unusual than strangulation. It's possible.
Okay. But it can also happen because a person is vomiting, right?
Vomiting, I would say coughing more likely. Vomiting, it's possible, yeah.
Really doing any kind of strain, exerting any kind of strain on their vessels, right?
Yes,
It's seen in weightlifters sometimes, right?
yes,
It can happen when somebody is sneezing, right?
that's possible.
And it can also happen because of a virus, right?
Unlikely, unless the coughing goes along with the virus. If there's a viral infection, the person's coughing and sneezing, that's possible, yes, but not just from the virus itself, likely, unlikely.
Okay. So it could, like strep, for example, could result in petechiae.
Correct, strep's a bacteria, but
Yeah,
yes.
I missed a question there. Yes, moving on to bacteria.
Yes.
Different medical conditions can result in that petechiae.
Different, if a person has a really bad infection that spreads into their blood, it can cause I believe we talked about this on Friday, the disseminated intravascular coagulation, if that's what you're referring to, yes.
Another thing that can cause petechiae is CPR, right?
Yes,
Another is the Valsalva maneuver.
yes.
Can you just describe to the jury what that is?
Probably the easiest way to explain that is when you're straining to go to the bathroom to have a bowel movement and you're putting a lot of pressure on your rectum, and that's probably the best way to explain that. It's a lot of, again, just a lot of pressure.
Another way to describe it too would be if you are like holding your breath and still trying to exhale forcefully, right?
Sure. Yep.
Kind of like making your ears pop.
Yes.
Now, I think you testified before that the petechiae will form right away when a person has this kind of strain.
Yes.
It can fluctuate over the subsequent, hour or two, right?
Usually happens right away. I'm not sure what you mean by that, fluctuate.
Well, it can appear an hour later.
Unlikely. I've never seen that.
Well, it can appear from CPR, we said, right?
Yes.
And it can appear after a person has already died, right?
No.
So I'm not asking if it can form, but whether it can appear. Does that change your answer?
Ask it again.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we talked about livor mortis before, right?
Yes.
And that's where after somebody's died, the blood settles with gravity, right?
Yes.
That can also happen with settling in for petechiae, right?
No, I would say no.
Depending on how a body is positioned.
Yeah, I can't see that happening. No.
Okay. Now, are you saying that for any type of petechiae, or are you saying that for specific locations on the body?
There's no reason for petechiae that would happen after death. There is a post-mortem. We talked about livor mortis. There's a post-mortem finding that looks like petechiae, but it's not petechiae. If that's what you're going to refer to, but go ahead. I'll let you.
Yeah.
let you
So
answer.
I'm specifically asking about petechiae in somebody's eye.
Okay.
Is there a particular name for that?
Are you talking about taquenore?
I'm talking about, I'm going to say this wrong, conjunctival petechiae.
Conjunctival petechiae, sure.
So that's the ones on the eyeball,
Yes.
right? And then when you pull the eye back on that membrane as well.
Correct.
All right. So for the record, I'm providing to the prosecution and approaching Dr. Havlick with Defense Exhibit L.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, I just handed you an article about the effects of post-mortem positional changes on conjunctival petechiae, correct?
Yes.
And this was published in Forensic Science, Medicine, and Pathology, right?
Yes.
In 2019.
Yes.
That is a type of medical journal that we were talking about earlier, right?
It is.
It's a reasonable authority to rely on for medical information, right?
It is.
Your Honor, the defense moves to admit this as Defense Exhibit L.
Any objection, Mr. Zentner?
Yes, Judge. As of now, just lack of foundation. We've established the source of the article and that's about it. So I don't think the statute's been complied with.
The objection's overruled, given the testimony about it being a reliable source, so Exhibit L is admitted.
Now, is this an article that you've read previously?
I don't recognize it.
Okay.
I do read this journal, but I don't recognize this article.
Okay. Yeah, it was from a few years ago now. So I want to draw your attention to just the introduction area we'll start with, okay?
Okay,
The article reads, however, the occurrence of petechiae does not only depend on external force to the neck, and it does change posthumously. Body position and other factors at death can influence the occurrence of, I'm going to say it wrong again, conjunctival petechiae, which can also develop post-mortem due to intravascular hypostatic pressure affecting the head and neck. To discriminate post-mortem from antemortem petechiae is difficult. Did I read that correctly?
yes,
And if we look at the abstract here, this is talking about various people whose bodies were in the supine versus prone position, right?
okay,
And evaluating the appearance of petechiae over different periods of time.
yes,
And just so that if the jury doesn't know, supine means face up, right?
yes,
And then prone means face down.
yes.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about the number of petechiae, we've talked about how this is the most that you've seen with Martin. I want to talk about what that actually indicates to you, right? That does not mean necessarily that the injury was more severe, right?
It does not, no.
Because the development of petechiae can depend on who the person is, right?
I would agree with that.
Because different people have different responses to different kind of stimuli. Like
Yes,
And just because you haven't seen this volume of petechiae before, you're not saying that this never happens, right?
correct.
There could very well be other cases around the country, the world, where we have this volume of petechiae, right?
Yes,
And you're not saying that because of the volume of petechiae, it must be asphyxia by strangulation, right?
no, but the petechiae, again, go along with everything else at this autopsy.
Right. Now, on Friday, when you were speaking with Mr. Zentner, you talked about that you've published just a few manuscripts and abstracts, I think. Is that right?
I've published a bunch, but it's been a few years since I
Okay.
published. Yes,
I think I counted up 10. Does that sound right?
no, there's been more than that, but
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
But yeah, regardless, it's been a few years since I published anything.
Okay. And you published in various journals, right?
Yes,
Like we talked about, there are a lot of different journals out there, right?
yes,
And those journals they focus on a variety of different topics, right?
yes,
And they have different types of articles and submissions within them, right?
yes,
Sometimes it can be, describing a experiment that was done like in Defense Exhibit L, right?
I don't know if this was an experiment. Again, I haven't read this, but
Okay.
I'll take your word for that.
Okay. Sometimes it can be what's called a literature review, right?
Yes,
And that's where an author is doing research and compiling what everyone seems to be saying about a particular topic, right?
yes,
Another part is case reports, right?
yes,
Now, case reports are a little bit different than these other kinds, right?
yes,
Case reports are focusing on a specific patient and what the doctor observed with that, right?
yes.
These are really important in the medical field, right?
It can be.
Because they kind of share different doctors' experiences with other professionals, right?
Yes,
And they can focus on unique observations, right?
they can. Yes,
Focus on something that maybe you don't see every day, right?
Correct.
For example, you published a case report about a 10-month-old who died of cocaine poisoning, right?
Boy, that was a long time ago, but yes. I
Yeah,
did.
that was, I think, 2000 or thereabouts. Because that's a topic that maybe other forensic pathologists haven't come across.
Yes.
Now, when we're talking about petechiae, there are also case reports out there for those, right?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I am providing to the prosecution. Sorry. And providing to Mr. Havlick Defense Exhibit M.
Okay, thank you. M is in Mary. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, so what we have here is a case report, right?
Yes.
Published in the British Journal of Hematology
Yes.
in 2023.
Yes.
And do you agree that the British Journal of Hematology is a reliable authority?
I have not heard of the British Journal of Hematology, but it does look legitimate just by looking at this.
Okay. And they kind of summarize their name as BJHAEM, right?
Yes.
All right. And so the defense moves to admit M as in Mary.
Mr. Zentner, do you have an objection?
Yes, Judge, under 80318, any objective evidence that this is a reasonable authority is not currently in the record. Thank you.
The objection's overruled. Defendant's Exhibit M is in Mary is admitted.
Permission to publish
That's fine, thank you.
digitally. Okay, Dr. Havlick. And then what we have on the screens, is that what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. So it kind of has like a couple paragraph description and then 2 images at the top, right?
Yes.
And if we could zoom in on the images. That's good. Okay. So this case report is discussing a 7-year-old boy, right?
Yes.
Who had been hanging upside down at the playground.
Okay.
that right?
I'll take your word for that. Yes.
Okay. So it says it was noted that the boy spent at least 10 minutes hung upside down on a stress bar in
Okay.
the playground earlier that day.
It does say that in here.
And then the doctor noted, and the photographs show some petechiae around this boy's eyes, right?
Yes.
And kind of going on to, we see these red dots continuing on his nose, right?
There are a few on his nose.
Then we have some redness over the eyebrow too.
I do not see it over his eyebrow, no.
Unfortunately, we only have these 2 photos, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to draw your attention to another case report here. We can take that one down. Thank you. So you had testified earlier that was vomiting not a cause of petechiae?
I never said that. No, I said it would be uncommon,
Uncommon,
But it's
sorry.
possible.
My apologies. For the record, I'm providing to the prosecution and approaching the witness with Defense Exhibit N as in Nancy. Okay, Dr. Havlick, I just presented you with another case report, right?
I think so. This piece of paper is not labeled well as to where it's coming from.
Do you see the DOI in the lower left corner?
DOI, yes,
And there's that link there with some numbers and letters, right?
yes.
Now that's a system that's used by these journals and publications, right?
I don't know.
That links to a particular,
I don't recognize that link. At least I don't follow that.
okay, you're not familiar with DOIs?
No, I might be old school. I tend to, I have my own search criteria, but I do not do those DOIs.
Okay, so just referring you back to Defense Exhibit M as in Mary,
Okay,
we see a DOI at the top left corner of that article, right?
yes,
And in that DOI, it says BJH.
yes,
And we established earlier that this is the British Journal, right, of Hematology. right?
correct.
Looking at Defense Exhibit L, so that's the forensic science one we were talking about.
Yes,
Again, top left, we have a DOI, right?
yes,
And then at the very beginning, the first article that we had today. Oh, here it is. The pneumonia, Defense Exhibit C. Sorry, you got a lot of paper in front of you.
yeah, and I don't know if I gave that back to you. I don't see it in my file anymore. Oh, it's in the middle, sorry. Yes, here we go. And it does have the DOI at the top?
Okay, great. So referring back to Defendant Exhibit N, we have this DOI referring to MJA, right?
Yes,
And that's the Medical Journal of Australia, right?
I don't know that.
Would it refresh your recollection if you reviewed the MJA's About Us page?
I have never heard of the Medical Journal of Australia, but yeah, I can try.
And Your Honor, I'll notate this just as N1.
Sorry, you have another exhibit that's being marked as in Nancy number 1?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I'm
Thanks.
just showing it to the prosecution.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm now approaching.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Havlick, so we have the MJA as the Medical Journal of Australia, correct?
That's what it says here. MJA stands for Medical Journal of Australia.
And that's Australia's leading general medicine, medical journal, excuse me.
That's what they say. So that's what, this is from their website, I'm assuming.
Sure.
They're calling themselves that, yes.
Okay. Would you agree then that this is a reliable authority?
I have never heard of them. I would not agree with that, no.
Have you heard of the Kansas Journal of Medicine?
No.
Would you agree that they're a reliable authority?
If the Kansas Journal of Medicine is associated with the Kansas Medical Society, I would. And I'm assuming that's who they're associated with.
And is that with the University of Kansas Medical Center?
It, yeah, I would think that would make sense.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Your Honor, for the record, I'm now approaching with Defense Exhibit O.
Okay, thank you.
I've provided a copy to the prosecution. Okay, so I just handed you a case report from that Kansas Journal of Medicine, right?
Yes,
And we have that University of Kansas Medical Center denoted with the authors here.
correct.
And like you were saying before, you'd agree that this would be a reliable authority.
Yes,
And this is a article published, let's see, in 2021.
yes,
And it's talking about facial petechiae in a COVID-19 long hauler patient, right?
yes.
Your Honor, the defense moves to admit Defense Exhibit O.
Any objection, Mr. Zentner?
Yes, Judge, may we approach?
Sure. Thank you. Feel free to stretch if you wish. Thanks. The objection is overruled and Exhibit O is admitted.
And Your Honor, may we publish that to the jury?
Yes, you may. Thanks.
And then can we zoom in on the photo? There we go. Okay, Dr. Havlik, so what we see on the screen here is the Defense Exhibit O that's in front of you, right?
Yes,
And this is a case report pertaining to an 18-year-old female, right?
yes,
And it noted that she, had had headaches, muscle weakness, and a cough for a few months, right?
yes,
And then she was clinically diagnosed with post-anemic petechiae. Is that right?
I would have to read this. If you point me to where it says that.
Paragraph 3 under case presentation.
Yes,
And can you explain what that means to the jury?
post-emetic petechiae. It
Yes.
just means getting petechiae after vomiting.
Because emesis is also mean vomit, correct?
Correct.
And what we see here in the picture are petechiae kind of around her eye and onto her cheek, right?
Yes,
I imagine we don't know what the lower,
those look like acne scars.
yeah, at the very bottom there,
Correct.
but those smaller ones, we're looking at petechiae, it appears, right?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you about a couple other authorities, okay? Are you familiar with the British Medical Journal?
Yes.
They've shortened their name to BMJ.
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with, and is that a reliable authority?
It is.
Are you familiar with the Canadian Medical Association Journal?
No,
Do you know if they are a reliable authority?
I don't.
All right, so let's go back to the British. And for the record, I am approaching the witness with Defense Exhibit P and providing the prosecution with a copy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Havlik, so this is a case report from the BMJ, right?
Yes.
That's that British Medical Journal we were just talking about, right?
Yes.
Looks like this one was published back in 2021, right?
Yes.
And this is a case report talking about petechiae on an individual after vomiting, right?
Yes.
And you testified earlier, I think, but just so it's all clear, the BMJ is a reliable authority in your opinion, right?
Yes.
The defense moves to admit P.
Any objection, Mr. Zentner?
Just the relevance as to the article. Thank you, Judge. Foundation.
All right, the objections are overruled. P is admitted.
And if we could please publish.
Sure.
Okay, so this is that defense exhibit P that you have in front of you up on the screens, right?
Yes.
And what we have here are these, it uses the language purpura, is that?
Purpura. Yep.
Purpura.
Yep.
Purpura are petechiae, but a little bit bigger, right?
Correct.
And this pertains to a 20-year-old man who developed this petechiae after forceful vomiting, right?
Yes.
And again, we see it all over his eyes, right? Or
On
the
his-
skin around his eyes, I should say.
On his eyelids, yes, and on the upper cheeks, looks like.
Um, both on the eyelid and then just right under the eye, right?
Correct.
And then it looks like, again, these photos, there's some redness above those eyebrows as well, right?
I don't necessarily see that. He has some acne up there, but I don't see petechiae above there.
Okay, so just focused around the eyes, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Okay, Dr. Havlick, so your your opinion in this case, right, is that Martin Ozinski died of strangulation, right?
Yes.
You have no opinion on who could have done that act, right?
That is true.
That is not something that you, as the person doing the autopsy, can have an opinion on, right?
Correct.
You also don't know what anyone's intentions behind any kind of act was, right?
Correct.
That's just not something that you, as the person performing the autopsy, can say.
Correct.
I can have one moment here.
Oh, sure.
No further questions. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any redirect, Mr. Zentner?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you can proceed when you're ready. Thanks.
Dr. Havlick, I have several topics here that I'd like to discuss with you from this morning and then going back to Friday. The first thing is this last question that Ms. Marisic asked you in terms of your ultimate opinion as to manner and cause of death in this case, that your job as a forensic pathologist is to opine as to cause and manner and not necessarily identify who did, who or intentions. Those were her words, right?
Correct. That's all correct.
But going back to your testimony on Friday, remind us in terms of the manners of death in Colorado, what are those?
Sure. In Colorado, we have 5 choices: homicide, accident, suicide, natural, and undetermined.
When you find homicide as a manner of death, what are you saying in terms of that opinion?
It's just a simple definition of homicide for a forensic pathologist is the death at the hands of another.
So in this case, it would be the death of the victim, Martin Ozinski, literally at the hands of another, in your opinion.
Yes.
We spent a good amount of time here with respect to these case reports, some of which are basically showing what you've already testified to, right? That you can get a petechiae from a variety of things other than being strangled.
Yes.
These case reports, you testified to your experience and that the literature and all of those fellowships and that sort of thing in your experience. What do these case reports mean to you as a forensic pathologist?
As the defense mentioned, case reports are most commonly, they're write-ups of unusual things and things that people should be aware of. Case reports are just interesting tidbits, basically.
These case reports, are they typically peer reviewed?
They are not. They are just usually just published right away.
And motivations for somebody to write a case report could include a variety of things,
Yes.
such as wanting to get ahead in terms of academia.
That is probably the most important reason to do those, yes.
And these case reports, you testified typically are not peer reviewed. What does peer review mean?
So peer reviewed means there's a group of peers, a group of physicians, say it's a pathology journal. For a pathology journal, the peer review process involves a group of pathologists that review an article that is sent to them to see if it's appropriate, to see if it is presenting new information in order for it to be published. And that's usually what happens with journal articles, with case summaries, as opposed to a case report where it's just a single case. Those usually do just get published without a peer review process.
One of the defense exhibits, to expand on the point you just made about these case reports and them being tidbits or one-offs. One of the case reports that was introduced, I think Ann talks about some rash, looks like some rash in exhibit N. Would you agree?
Yes, that could very well be just a rash as opposed to petechiae.
The petechiae that you noticed on Martin, I'm sorry, the petechiae that you noticed on Martin's body be considered a rash to you?
Absolutely not, no.
One of the case reports that was introduced today talks about a kid hanging upside down for 10 minutes. Do you have any information that Martin Ozinski was hanging upside down for 10 minutes before being rushed to the hospital by his mother?
No, I never heard that.
One of the articles or the case reports today, tidbits presented by defense, was that I think one of them had said something about it's difficult to discriminate between petechiae before and after death. It used the medical terms, but I'm using my terms, but before and after death is difficult. Is that right?
Yes, and I would not agree with that. It's usually very straightforward.
And why don't you agree with that?
In that particular article that was brought up, some people do cause, this is hard to explain, but there are some changes after someone dies that people may mistakenly call petechiae. And it's part of the livor mortis part. It's part of that settling of blood. And it has a different name. You shouldn't be calling it petechiae. And that's what I think that article was confusing with the after death livor mortis, accentuation of livor mortis. And it's actually very easy. It's usually very easy to tell petechiae that happened during life from this phenomenon that's livor mortis. So I'm not sure if I explained that well, but it usually is not difficult. And it was not difficult in this case.
I'll come back to that not difficult in this case and give you an opportunity to talk more about that. Ms. Marisich had asked you, about a lot of different things can cause, pressure, which results in petechiae. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Any information that you had that Martin Hozinski, that 6-year-old, was coughing or sneezing to the point that would have caused the petechiae that you observed?
I did not hear that, no. I did hear that he had been ill for a few days before his death, but I did not hear about a coughing fit or a sneezing fit or vomiting.
And certainly some of those other things like being a weightlifter, certainly no evidence of that, of course. But this other aspect, I want to.
Your Honor, the counsel is testifying. You could raise that as a question. About Martin not being a weightlifter?
The objection's overruled. I didn't find it to be testimony. Thanks.
Thank you. But going back to that area where Ms. Marisich had asked you about different causes of the petechiae, in terms of those causes, and she talked to you about, viruses, bowel movements, right? Like an extenuated or difficult bowel movement. Any information that you had from today's questions from Ms. Marisich that causes you to change your opinion on the source of the petechiae that you observed on Martin's body?
No, absolutely not. And again, at autopsy, he did not have an infection. There's no virus involved with this death, no bacteria, so no infection. And you talked about, or you asked about a bowel movement. He was not constipated at autopsy. That was not present.
All right. I'll have more questions, but before we go on our break, I wanted to give you an opportunity to, one moment. Do you have Defense Exhibit C, that article,
Let's see here.
the ones that got us started this
Yeah.
morning?
That was easy to find. It's right here. Yes.
Okay. What opinions in general do you have on that article that you were presented?
Well, like I had mentioned before, it's written by a South African author. I don't recognize, I'm assuming the Pediatric Radiology Journal is legitimate, but I've not heard of them. Written by a South African author, and it talks about worldwide statistics. We live in the United States, and in the United States, we're a developed country, and this talks more about worldwide statistics about undeveloped countries, children with that aren't getting adequate medical care, and in those countries, yes, pneumonia is pretty common, but not here in the U.S. Children usually do not. It's uncommon for children to die of pneumonia in the U.S. unless they have some underlying brain abnormality or heart abnormality. That's what I take most from this, is talking more, I would say, about other countries.
In terms of that underlying brain or heart abnormality, we'll talk to you a little bit more about that in your hands-on autopsy here. But in response to Defense Exhibit C that you just discussed, Ms. Marisich also had made the point with you, and you agreed earlier, that we could probably spend weeks, right, going back and forth on different articles and literature that's out there. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity today to to review a couple other articles related to major causes of death in children.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could approach the witness with what's been marked for identification purposes as People's Exhibit 614 and 615. I've provided Ms. Marisic copies.
Yes, you may. Thank you. And you can have continuing permission as well. Thank you so much though for asking. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Dr. Havlick, if I could have you first look at People's Exhibit 614.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the New England Journal of Medicine?
Yes, I am. The New England Journal of Medicine is the top journal. I think pretty much every physician would say that it's the top journal that physicians read. I read it regularly. It's a journal put out once a week, and I do try to read it every week.
Is that one of those journals that's cited, often in newscast as being the source of information as anything related to medical?
Yes,
And is this a reliable journal and reputable journal?
very much so, yes.
And this article that you had a chance to look at with respect to the major causes of death in children and adolescents in the United States, that is published within the New England Journal of Medicine?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the people that seek to introduce into evidence 614.
Is there any objection, Ms. Marisic?
No objection.
People's Exhibit 614, 614 is admitted.
Thank you. The jury, of course, will have the opportunity to review this evidence similar to any other evidence, but 35,000-foot overview, what's your opinion of that article?
This article pretty much states what I tried to answer when I was being questioned about the most common cause of deaths in children in the United States is from injuries. Pneumonia is pretty uncommon, but it can happen in children that have underlying disease processes, and it talks about that in here. And it also mentions about injuries being the most common cause. In pneumonia, lower respiratory tract infections are on here as a cause, but only 1% of deaths, and it's pretty uncommon. And usually it's, again, from kids with underlying problems.
Thank you. With respect to what's been identified as People's Exhibit 615, again, in responding to what you were presented earlier in Defense Exhibit C as to that pneumonia being a cause of death, what is what marked for identification purposes is 615?
It is another article. It is written in the Lancet. The Lancet is also one of these top 5 most respected journals in the U.S. and a very reputable journal.
The articles in there typically, you said reputable journal, but the reliable.
Yes, very much so.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would seek to introduce 615.
Ms. Marisic?
No objection.
People's 615 is admitted.
Dr. Havlick, in terms of that article, do you have an opinion as to the summary and the message that that article portrays? It's
similar to this New England Journal article, basically stating that the most common cause of death in children is injuries and pneumonia, lower respiratory tract infections, as they call it here, is very rare.
This is almost a good time for a break, Judge, but I have one more question
Okay.
for Dr. Havlick, and then we'll be back to this point. But Ms. Marisic had talked to you and had shown you a lot of medical records of Martin that you reviewed in advance of putting out your autopsy report. Is that right?
Yes,
And those medical records, a lot of those medical records had cumulative information in terms of medications that he was prescribed.
yes.
And uh, have you ever seen a formal diagnosis of Martin Ozinski of having asthma?
I have not. It is mentioned in his medical records a few times. And unfortunately, with medical records, when you review them, if you've reviewed them as much as I have over the years, things get stuck in a person's medical record and it just keeps going on for eternity. And that's kind of what this looks like. This asthma label looks like it just kept getting put in every record. And that, unfortunately, that happens a lot in medical records where someone will say, a doctor will say something and it just keeps getting put in the record for eternity, basically. Yeah.
And so when you authored your autopsy report on your hand, head to toe autopsy of Martin Ozinski, you had that information in those medical records before you published your report that's marked 600, is that right?
Yes.
The only thing you didn't have are these offshoot or tidbit reports that you were provided today, is that right?
Yes.
This is a good time for a break, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and take our lunch recess, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back at 1:30. If you could report back at 1:15 on the third floor of the courthouse, the bailiff will meet you there. Hope you all have a good lunch hour. Thanks. Please remember all the instructions for the recesses. Don't talk about the case, et cetera. Thank you. Please rise for our jury. For the record, our jury's left the courtroom. Doctor, if you could be back at 1:30, I'd appreciate it. Anything else from the parties or?
No, Judge.
No, thank
All
you.
right, thanks. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Thanks. We're back on the record in 23 CR 1042, People versus Darin Thrailkill. Mr. Thrailkill does appear in custody represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marsic. Mr. Zentner and Ms. Mayer both here for the people. We're outside the presence of our jury. Are you ready for the jury, Mr. Zentner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Marsic?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Would you invite our jury, please? Thank you.
All please rise.
Thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch hour, and we're ready for Mr. Zentner to continue with his redirect when he's ready. So, Mr. Zentner,
Thank you, Your Honor.
you're welcome.
Dr. Havlick, one of the lines of questioning that Ms. Marsic had with you related to any bias or I don't know, objectivity that you may have here. And having a detective in the autopsy, do you remember her asking you about that?
Yes.
Do you make yourself available to the prosecution or the defense in terms of any request for meetings?
Yes, I do. It's very important for someone in my position to be unbiased, and I don't work for the defense and I don't work for the DA. We're our own office. We work for ourselves. And each side is welcome to make a meeting and talk about the case with me.
You had talked to Ms. Marisic about a meeting that you had with her, at least one, and they asked you if they could record the meeting, right?
Yes,
And you're fine with that?
yes,
And you had exchanged emails with Ms. Marisic, and do you try to get back to anyone from the defense who emails you?
yes.
In terms of your testimony Friday, you indicated that Monday, which is today, Mondays have traditionally been your busiest day. Is that still true?
That is very true, yes.
And so doing your job as a elected coroner, but as a forensic pathologist in this case, today's your busiest day and you're here trying to remain focused?
This is true, yes, yes. It is busy today also, yes.
You had met with Ms. Marisic before, and before today, had she ever shown you any of these tidbits or these case reports that she reviewed with you today?
No,
Is that also difficult, in addition to Mondays being your busiest day, to get a lot of information and thrown at you at the last minute to try to remain focused?
I'm okay with remaining focused, but it is, getting articles at a jury trial is challenging, yes.
The, Ms. Marisic asked you about all the things that were collected in the autopsy of Martin, and you had mentioned the fingernails from each hand. You had also mentioned some hairs that were taken from his scalp.
Yes,
In your autopsy report, you had mentioned those same things, but you also mentioned an FTA card. Is that right?
yes.
What did you do in terms of preparing that FTA card in Martin's case?
It was taken from him and sealed in an envelope, and then also uh, taken into custody by the police department.
And again, you had mentioned your investigator at the time, right?
Yes,
Chuck, is that his name?
correct.
And what was his last name?
Nelson.
Yeah, Chuck Nelson. The FTA card that you prepared in Martin's case, what was that? Was that a piece, was that some blood? Was that a piece of skin? What was that?
It's blood, and even in 2016, it's the same today. We collect a blood sample on each individual, and we keep that as our DNA evidence, and we keep it for eternity, basically. So we'll always have that in case someone wants to do DNA type analysis on it. So it's a blood spot.
Going back to this morning's questions that Ms. Marisich had for you. She asked you about some of the EKG pads that were left, evidence of EKG pads and evidence of medical intervention on Martin's body. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why would those still be red in color?
It is still red. It does have a different look to it when it's post-mortem, like it was here. It has more of a dried look. It's hard to explain, and it's hard to point to it on a photo, how it's different from an injury that happened during life. But it still is red because you're basically taking some of the skin off when you're taking that pad off.
The red abrasions, as you call them, and you note them in your autopsy report, particularly in the section,
Evidence of injury.
yeah, evidence of injury. Those would be different than from the red abrasions left by the EKG pads.
Yes.
All right. In terms of all those red abrasions, despite the different color of hue of red, most would you agree or disagree that most of those abrasions were evidence of injury versus medical intervention?
Yes.
Disagree or agree?
I agree. Most of his injuries were injuries that happened at the time he died, not after he died, like those EKG pad abrasions.
Going back to Friday afternoon, Ms. Marisich asked you, I think an hour or maybe over, some questions, but one of the lines of questioning she had for you, and that you were answering, dealt with the layers of muscles in the neck and different types of blood vessels. And
Yes.
so my question is, my ask of you, my request of you is to give us a short lesson in anatomy here. The series of questions dealt with why some things in Martin's body were compressed or bruised or or injured rather, and some other things, even some things in close proximity were not. Do you remember that?
I do. Yes.
What are some differences? First, what are some differences between veins and arteries?
Yes. So veins are vessels that take blood from the heart to other parts of or actually arteries are vessels that take blood from the heart to other parts of the body, and arteries are thick-walled vessels. Veins are vessels that take blood from organs to the heart, and they're very thin-walled. It takes less pressure to compress a vein than it does an artery.
What are some differences between cartilage and bone?
Cartilage is very flexible. It's very hard to fracture. And whereas bone is different. I mean, it's easier to fracture a bone than cartilage. In kids, if we're talking about the larynx, the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage, In kids, it's almost all cartilage instead of bone. So it's really hard. It's very unusual to see fractures of the hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage in a child, just because it's mostly cartilage. As you age, that turns into bone and it's easier to fracture.
So is it, would bone or cartilage be easier to fracture or break under pressure?
Bone would be.
And finally, with respect to that line of questioning, and even going into today, Defense Exhibit A and B, those neck muscles that you had your hands on, Martin's autopsy. What are some differences in the muscles of the necks? How many muscles in the neck are there, and what are the differences there?
Yeah, there's a few layers of muscles in your neck. We talked about those. The first layer is the sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is the largest muscle in your neck, and there's one on each side. In this particular case, there were not injuries to that muscle, but in the other layers, in the second layer of muscle in the neck, the sternothyroid muscle did have injuries, and it's not unusual to have injuries to some muscles and not all. So it's not unheard of to not have an injury to that first layer of muscle, but also, have injuries to the deeper muscles, like we see in this case. It's not unheard of. It's not unusual. And sometimes you may just see injuries to the large muscle and not to the deeper muscles, and it's hard to predict what you'll see at autopsy. Sometimes you see one and not the other, and it's just challenging to predict it. But it's not unheard of to see like what we see here with injuries to the deeper muscles.
On one of the exhibits that Ms. Marisich was talking to about today, I believe it was B, she asked you if there was any evidence of hemorrhaging or bleeding in that photo, and you said, well, no, except for the thing at the top right.
Yeah.
How do you balance your ultimate opinion as to cause and manner of death here, even though there was no hemorrhaging everywhere inside of that cavity?
Yeah, it's important to take everything into account. So all his injuries together equals an asphyxial death due to strangulation. The external neck injuries, the internal neck injuries, and the petechiae, everything is very classic for a strangulation death.
Is bruising or hemorrhaging always present with strangulation?
No, that's another surprising thing. Sometimes we'll just see petechiae and no neck injuries, and maybe we'll see a few finger marks on the neck, but no internal injuries. And those cases can be challenging. We need a good history, maybe a witness, things like that. In this case, we did have a lot of neck injuries. We had internal injuries, external injuries, and petechiae. All those together are very classic for a strangulation injury or a strangulation death.
Ms. Marisich asked you some questions on Friday about maybe fingernails and the shape of the fingernails, and maybe half moon-shaped marks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
The criminal investigation, like the scene of the crime, that sort of thing, that's really not your thing, right?
Oh, again, our investigators do go to the scene. I rarely go to a scene. I'll go to one if it's a complex matter and something needs to be answered, but I do have investigators that go to the scene.
Thinking back to your autopsy of Martin and the time you spent in your post-mortem examination of him, can you give us an opinion on whether or not those injuries could have been caused by hands coming from the front or the back?
That's hard. I think it could be either. Yeah, I don't think we can determine that by the autopsy findings.
You were asked several questions about pressure. Do you have an opinion that you can share with us whether or not those injuries that you observed are consistent with Martin's body being on a hard surface or soft surface at the time?
Yeah, that's not something we can answer either.
Do you have an opinion on the proposition that the presence of bruising or hemorrhaging would depend on the method of strangulation?
Another hard one. It can be from, I would say, from fingers, hands. It could be possibly some type of object pressed against the neck, but that's hard. So it's some type of blunt force to the neck.
And then, do you have an opinion on the proposition that the force or amount of pressure of the strangulation is related to the injuries, as is the duration?
So I think the duration had to be probably more than 10 seconds, probably even longer, probably 30 seconds or longer. When it gets to 30 seconds, it's, as far as pressure to the neck, it gets really serious and really high risk of death. Before 10 seconds, usually the person recovers. So I would say many seconds.
And when you look at a situation like this, strangulation is applying pressure directly, is that right?
Yes.
What's the difference between strangulation and maybe suffocating on a pillow?
Well, if someone places a pillow or someone's mouth and asphyxiates that way, you don't often see injuries. It's usually very important to have a good investigation in those deaths, because you may see petechiae, but you won't necessarily see any of these neck injuries. So likely not a pillow in this death.
In terms of that suffocation versus strangulation, is your opinion still that strangulation occurred over any type of suffocation?
Yes.
Based on your experience and the literature, is it common for vomit for a victim of strangulation to vomit or to have vomit somewhere in their airway?
That's one of the symptoms or signs, vomiting. If a person lives, of course, and maybe while they're dying, they could vomit. So it's fairly common.
So would it be then common to smell the stench of vomit at the scene where somebody has been strangled?
Yes.
Can somebody vomit through the process or in the stress of being strangled?
Yes.
Lose muscle control?
Yes.
And is the smell of vomit also a direct consequence of the body's involuntary physical reactions to strangulation and death?
It can be, yes.
On Friday, Ms. Marisic asked you a question, and I think it was pretty close to if you're 100% sure this pressure was caused by strangulation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were about to say something about all other observations, and then I think you were interrupted. What were you about to say?
Well, I think maybe what you're referring to is, so everything in this case points to that, the internal injuries, the external injuries, the petechiae, everything is, again, classic for a strangulation type death. There was nothing else to cause his death. He was a healthy child, no disease processes at autopsies, no natural disease processes at autopsy, no asthma, no pneumonia. Nothing like that. He was a healthy child. So everything together is pretty certain.
Thank you. Just a couple more things with you, Dr. Havlick. Ms. Marisic talked to you about the medical records and the history from that night, July 2nd, 2016. And if I could ask a couple questions about those medical records, Exhibit 333, please.
Okay.
Let me know when you have 333 in front of you. I know you have a lot of things there.
Three, and that's a medical record? Is that right?
From the ER. We can pull those up also.
Okay, I found it.
All right. You had talked on Friday afternoon, early in your testimony, about your experience and the things you did as part of med school. In terms of the emergency room and your experience with the emergency room, what's the primary, I guess, goal of emergency room providers?
They're there to save people's lives, so they're working pretty fast and trying to save someone's life.
That's, the emergency room's a busy place, I would assume.
Usually, yes.
Have you formed an opinion over the years as to where documenting every single detail of somebody's care, where that ends up on the priorities of an emergency room?
It's not one of the priorities, that's for sure. There's often a lot in an ER record that does not get notated, especially on deaths. And especially on deaths that happen right when they come into the ER and they're trying to save the person's life. A lot of times, some details do not get put in the record, and that's for me at Autopsy to detail all those findings. Again, they're trying to save the person's life. My job is to document everything. So.
Of those 4,363 head-to-toe autopsies you've done, several of those had come to you, I presume, from the ER?
Yes.
Based on what you just said about notations being accurate or not as complete, have you ever observed injuries that weren't notated?
Many times, yes.
And then have you ever not observed injuries that may have been notated for whatever reason?
Yes, that can happen also.
If I could, if you could look at Bates 354 in the bottom right of
Okay.
Exhibit 333.
Okay.
If we could bring that up, Ms. Weimer, page 355 on Exhibit 333. And then if we could have access, thank you. That's 355. So Dr. Havlick, are you on page 355 on Exhibit 333?
Yes.
All right. On that, that middle paragraph, that HPI, what does HPI mean?
That's history of present illness.
And there it says that patient is a 6-year-old male with no spontaneous respirations on arrival. What's that mean?
I can tell you what it means, but I think I'm on the wrong page. Let's.
So bottom right, 355. Discovery, page 355.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Patient is a 6-year-old male with no spontaneous respiration. So basically wasn't breathing. And usually that means they're essentially dead already by the time they get there.
It goes on to say that there's no palpable pulses. What does that mean?
Correct. Just another sign that they're likely already dead by the time they got to the ER. So
Thank you.
their heart is not beating, no pulse.
Thank you. If I could point your attention, please, to 354. I just have a couple questions about that.
Okay.
Yes, 333, page 354. The right in the middle of that page where it says hint,
Yes.
what that, and then eyes below that.
Yes.
Miss Marisic noted to you on Friday, there were several small petechial hemorrhages noted on the upper and lower eyelids. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that time of death that Miss Marisic talked to you about, and she pointed out that the time of death in your report reflects 2340, but then some other place in the ER record showed 2320. If I could point your attention to the bottom of that page, you had testified that these are the records that you know from the ER you would have reviewed. Does you see where it says time of death 2340 in that last
Yes.
paragraph right above mother was too
Yes.
distraught?
Yes, so that's where we got, so there it is, yes. So we got the time of death right there.
Thank you. The work that you do as a forensic pathologist, well, I guess one more question on 333, and I'll just ask you this question rather than be cumbersome, but do you have an opinion on whether or not can congestion be characteristic of lungs that have gone through attempted resuscitation?
Yes, when we see congestion of the lungs at autopsy, it really doesn't mean a lot. It's basically just like what you said, person's probably had some type of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. That's usually the most common cause of it. It's a very non-specific finding, and it doesn't mean a lot and doesn't mean really anything in this case.
In terms of your roles, you talked about your role at being a pathologist, right? In that role, you deal with mostly living patients, is that right?
In my hospital role, yes.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
And your role as a forensic pathologist, you wear a different hat.
Correct. Yeah, pathology is pathology. But there are different specialties of pathology. So I practice both hospital pathology with living patients and forensic pathology with decedents. But again, pathology is pathology. It's very similar in even alive and dead people. So
In your role as a forensic pathologist and wearing that hat, you've talked at length about getting in there and into these body cavities. Do you ever get nervous about, does it scare you to hold somebody's heart or lungs or brain or when you're doing that autopsy?
no, it does not. Yeah.
Did the weights of any of Martin's organs cause you any concern? Noting it, they were so abnormal, you were concerned about them?
No, they were all okay. They were all appropriate for his age and height and weight. There was nothing concerning about his organs.
All right. The final thing I just want to touch base with you after these several hours of Ms. Marisic asking you some questions deals with to summarize your autopsy. You did an external examination,
Correct.
an
Yes.
internal examination,
Correct.
and the microscopic examination.
Yes. So pretty much we did everything. So external, internal, microscopic examination, toxicology, reviewed all the medical records, scene investigation, law enforcement investigation. Everything comes together in the report.
She talked to you about those slides and those tissue slides. And those are noted in your report under the microscopic examination, is that right?
Yes.
Based on your examination, the external, internal, and microscopic examination, did anything point to you that Martin's death was a result of pneumonia?
Absolutely not. His lungs were very normal. There was nothing to suggest pneumonia in there. Did not have the inflammatory features of pneumonia. Did not have anything to suggest pneumonia at all, or asthma to that point.
Same reasons for asthma?
Yes, so there's very characteristic features of asthma under the microscope. One of the many diseases that we look at under the microscope where it's very clear if the person has asthma or not is when you look at the tissue under the microscope in the lung. Not all diseases are like that, but asthma is one of them. And asthma should have very characteristic features under the microscope, and he did not have that.
And then finally, we talked about vomit today and why a victim of strangulation might vomit. Any indication that Martin's death was a result of suffocation or vomiting or aspirating on anything?
No, not at all.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, sir.
Recross, Ms. Marisic? Okay. Oh, sure, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
And Dr. Havlick, do you have a copy of the autopsy report in
Yes.
front of you?
Okay.
Can you tell us the exhibit number to?
Number 600.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you were just talking about the weights of different organs, right?
Yes.
So throughout this autopsy report, exhibit 600, you notate different weights for different organs, right?
Yes.
As part of doing an autopsy, there's an expectation that you take that step, right?
To weigh the organs. Yes.
Because that can indicate different things to the person doing the autopsy, right?
Yes.
For example, having heavier lungs can indicate that there might be some kind of fluid in the lungs, right?
Correct.
Here, you did weigh both of Martin's lungs, right?
Yes.
And I'm on page 558.
Yes.
So the right lung came back at 300 grams, right?
Yes.
And the left lung came back at 280 grams, right?
Yes.
Now, when we're talking about the weight of different organs at autopsy, there are a variety of different publications on that topic, right?
There are.
All with like different, publishing different averages based on age or height or what have you, right?
Correct.
Now, these aren't all the same, unfortunately, right?
Correct.
There is some conflict in the literature on what is an average or what is not, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me, though, that this 300 and 280 is above a lot of those averages, right?
It is above the averages that are published for people who are found dead and don't undergo CPR. Those are a little bit heavier, not much, but a little bit heavier.
Okay. Do you know about how much?
I would have to look at the tables that I refer to generally, but I would say not much heavier, maybe less than double or maybe slightly double,
Okay. Less than double or slightly double?
slightly
Okay.
more than double, sorry.
Okay. But you said this less than double or slightly double weight here didn't indicate anything to you.
No, it would indicate maybe looking at the lungs under the microscope would be a good idea. And that's what we did. And again, under the microscope, the lungs were normal.
Right. That's when you looked under the microscope using that H&E stain, right?
Correct.
Not using any kind of immunostains, correct?
Immunostains are not indicated in a case like this. Use immunostains when you're thinking something is abnormal, when it looks abnormal under our routine H&E stain. And these were normal under our routine stain, and there's no reason to do these special stains.
Now, you were also talking about different things that you can physically observe with asthma in a lung, right?
Yes.
One,
Microscopically, yes.
yes. One of those things is the smooth muscle hypertrophy, right?
Smooth muscle hypertrophy, yes.
And can you describe to the jury what that is?
Sure. With lungs, with asthma, you get enlargement of the muscle around the airways, and it's a pretty characteristic feature of asthma.
And your review of Martin's lungs was that that was not present.
Definitely not present. His muscle was normal in his lungs.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zentner, any other questions?
Not just one, just two, two. Dr. Dr. Havoc, you had said something at the beginning of that testimony, that recross about the averages in the literature of weight of lungs. Did you say that the weight of a lung can increase if, for example, there's 20 minutes of resuscitation CPR?
Yes, and that's pretty easy to understand, I think, when you're pushing on the chest and you're basically getting fluid into the lungs and blood into the lungs and things like that. So the weight does increase. The tables that we refer to in pathology for weights, especially of lungs, they are all on on patients that were found dead suddenly and not undergone CPR.
That line of questioning with respect to the weights or anything that Ms. Marisic just asked you, change your opinion that this is not a difficult case in terms of manner and death,
It does not, no,
manner and cause of death?
no.
Thank you.
Ms. Marisic, other questions?
No, thank you.
No. Are there any questions from our jury for the witness? If so, if you'll raise your hand and let me know. And okay, if the bailiff could collect any questions, please. Thank you. And then if the lawyers could approach, feel free to stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Doctor, I do have a question for you from the jury. It's a fairly lengthy
Okay.
question, but and if you need me to read it again, just let me know and I'm happy to do so. It's as follows. In regards to post-mortem petechiae, the heart is no longer supplying pressure to the cardiovascular system. What, if anything, could cause post-mortem petechiae with no additional increased intravascular pressure from the body's response to external stimuli? Is this an accurate assertion to make, or is this question off base in any way? Would it be possible to achieve the level, extents of petechiae in Martin's case from natural, illness-related factors?
So I think I understand what this question is asking. Uh, I personally don't call it postmortem petechiae. It has a different name. When this type of hemorrhage happens in the skin after someone dies, it has a different name, and it's basically an accentuation of that livor mortis we talked about. And what happens is when, say, someone is lying on their back after they've died and they've lied there for a while, sometimes the blood, when the blood gets pooled, it pools so much that it actually breaks the vessels. And it's really not petechiae that you're seeing, it's basically breakage of larger vessels. And most people don't call that petechiae. It's just basically an accentuation of the livor mortis, and it looks way different than petechiae in life. They're pretty easily disseminated from one another, discerned from one another. Did I answer that question? Okay.
I'll see if the lawyers have any other
Okay.
questions for you, and then I'll go back to the
Okay.
jury if you need clarification as well. The prosecution, do you have any follow-up questions? If so, you can proceed when you're ready. Thanks.
One moment, Judge.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks.
One moment, sir.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, Your Honor. No additional questions.
Okay. Ms. Marisic, any other follow-up questions or?
No, thank you.
No, all right, thank you. Any other questions from the jury? No questions. All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The people's next witness.
Would the court like me to retrieve the exhibits?
Oh, sure, thanks. Did you want to just give them to the clerk or is that, okay, thanks. Good afternoon, sir. If you have a seat in the black chair by the microphone, thanks. The people's next witness, I don't think you announced the name, so.
Thank you, Judge. The people would call Mr. Patrick Bridge to the stand.
All right, I do need to give you an oath. You can stay seated if you'll just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You, Ms. Mary, you're direct whenever you're ready. You can begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bridge. Could you please introduce yourself for the jury?
Yes, my name is Patrick Bridge, last name spelled Bridge.
And what do you do for a living right now?
I currently work in the cardiovascular intensive care unit here at St. Mary's. Sorry, as a registered nurse.
You're a registered nurse.
Yes, ma'am.
You work in the cardiac vascular unit of St. Mary's.
More or less.
What does that mean?
In the cardiovascular intensive care unit, we take care of our post-heart attacks, strokes. We also take some neurology patients like craniectomies, neurotrauma, a lot of heart stuff.
Okay. And when did you become an RN?
Last May, I believe. Been at St. Mary's for about a year. I worked there as an extern as well prior to that.
Okay, you became an RN in May of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do before becoming an RN?
Prior to that, I was a police officer.
And how long were you a police officer?
Approximately 10 years total.
And did you ever work for Grand Junction Police Department?
Yes, I did.
During what years?
That would be 2014 to 2021 or 2022. I think 2022.
When you worked for Grand Junction Police Department, can you tell the jury a little bit about your responsibilities
At the time of this case or in whole?
in whole?
I started on as a regular patrol officer, investigating every element of the criminal code to include traffic code. So it could be harassments, assaults, financial crimes, drug-related crimes. From there, my other roles got a little more extensive after I got more experience. So I was a field training officer, a patrol tactics instructor, a SWAT team member, a SWAT team assistant team leader, a master breacher. I was a detective for the Western Colorado Drug Task Force. I think that's kind of in a nutshell.
Did you ever work as a patrol supervisor?
Yes.
And you, prior to coming to Grand Junction Police Department, did you have any law enforcement experience before coming here?
Yes, I did.
Where did you work?
I worked for the Greeley Police Department on the Front Range in the northeast part of town, Sector A, which was it's kind of a rough patch of town.
And what years did you work for Greeley Police Department?
That would have been 2011 to 2014.
And what did you do before becoming a police officer?
Prior to that, I spent 8 years in the military within the special operations community doing different type of investigations.
Was it like law enforcement type investigations?
Military in nature. I can clarify if I need to. So.
I want to ask you about the date of July 2nd of 2016. Were you employed and on duty with Grand Junction Police Department during the late night hours?
Yes, I was. I was on night shift at that time.
And what time would have been night shift for you?
I don't recall exactly. 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., somewhere in there.
So you would have covered the full nighttime hours
That is
before
correct.
midnight and after midnight?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you dispatched to a case involving Martin Osinski?
Yes, I was.
This was a while ago and you have new profession since that time. Do you remember much about this from your own personal memory?
The things that I recall from my personal memory is how I felt and some of the reactions that I saw on scene. Granted, this was 10 years ago. There are a lot of details that I don't recall. There are some things that I very much so do.
Did you write a report after your involvement with this, reference your role on July 2nd, 2016?
Yes.
If there's something you don't remember that you believe your report would assist with, would you just let me know?
Absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Where did first, well, let me ask you this. Prior to coming into court, did we ask you to review your report sometime over the past year?
Yes, over the past year in that time frame.
Okay. And did you do photographs at one of the particular locations as well?
Yes.
Prior to coming to court, did we also ask you to review your photographs?
Yes.
Did you also take a video at the location of 585 25 and a half road number 67 that we've asked you to review prior to coming to court?
Yes.
When you review a report from the past or review photos or videos, does that assist you in recollecting the incident?
It does.
Does it help recall details that you may not have otherwise remembered?
Yes.
Where did you first respond to and what time would that have been?
Initially, if I'm not mistaken, the call came out around 11 o'clock at night. I was driving, I don't recall exactly where, but the initial call comments indicated that an unresponsive child had been taken to 2635 North 7th Street, which is St. Mary's Regional Hospital, in the ED. So I started driving towards the hospital initially while coordinating with other officers.
And did you get to the hospital?
Yes,
And did you respond? Did you ever see Martin Osinski?
I did not.
Okay. Did you respond and talk with other officers?
Yes,
Did law enforcement then make a determination that you might be better utilized at the scene of 585 25 and a half Road, number 67?
that is correct.
And is that home located in Mesa County, Colorado?
Yes, it is.
When you were at the hospital, you said you did not have any interaction with Martin Osinski. Did you have any interaction with his mother, Crystal Osinski, at the hospital?
No, I did not.
When you got to the home, can you just tell the jury what you remember about responding to the home?
I was not the first officer to the home. I'd started talking to two other officers on the radio. It was Officer Evans and Officer Goodell. So they had arrived before I did. So when I arrived, both of those officers were on scene. And then the individual who I would later know as Darin was sitting on the front porch, I believe in a chair.
And can you tell the jury how far away is this home from St. Mary's Hospital?
Not far at all, especially in the middle of the night, maybe 5-minute drive time. Very, very close.
Already. Mr. Bridge, I'm going to make a one stop up here. That's okay. I'm first going to show you what has been labeled as People's Exhibit 1000, and I don't think I have shown this to you before coming into court. And just to give you some context, this would be 25 and a half Road, trailer number 67. Does this give you a fair and accurate aerial view of coming off 25 and a half Road into the trailer park?
Yes, assuming Patterson is right up here off the image, absolutely.
Okay, and does this highlight where unit number 67 would be? Does that look about right? And if you don't know, it's okay.
I'm not sure,
Okay.
just because the trailers aren't numbered.
I'm also going to show you what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 1001. Would this be just kind of a street view looking from across Pomona Elementary into the entry of the trailer park?
Facing south, and then the trailer park's to the east there, or sorry, west. Unless I'm mistaken.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that a fair and accurate view located from the grounds of Pomona Elementary looking into the trailer park?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And I'm just going to do these all at once while I'm standing here.
Sorry, was that 1101?
1001.
1001. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
misstated it. Sorry, Judge. I'm now going to show you what has been marked for identification as People's Exhibit 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, sorry, no, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, and 225, and 226. Are these all pictures you took inside the home that night?
Yes, they are.
Are they all fair and accurate representations of the photos you took inside the home? And that would be 200 through 226.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Prior to coming to court, did we actually have you initial on the exhibit stickers so you knew these were things you reviewed before court?
Yes.
Thank you. People would move for admission of 1001 as well as 200 through,
Sorry, you're gonna need to slow down for me. I gotta flip between pages here. 1001, is that right?
correct?
Any objection to 1001?
Yes, Your Honor, just foundation in terms of time. This case is obviously from 2016. So I would just ask for additional foundation as to if this is what it looked like at that time versus today in 2025.
Okay. You want to respond to the objection?
We believe we've laid accurate foundation, Judge. That's a fair and accurate representation of that intersection across from Pomona into the trailer park.
The objection sustained. I think there's a lack of foundation with regard to when that was taken, so.
People would move for admission of 200 through 226.
Any objection?
No objection for those. Did we also do 1,000 yet? or no?
No,
Okay.
we just did, so 1001. So we've only done
Okay,
1001 and now we've moved to the 200s is my understanding, so.
okay, no objection to the 200 series here.
Okay, exhibits 200 through and including 226 are all admitted.
Mr. Bridge, I'm now showing you what has been marked as People's Exhibit 227. Have we asked you to review this prior to coming into court?
Yes,
Is this a video recording you took of inside the trailer when you were visiting that home on the night of July 2nd, 2016?
it is.
Did we have you initial this prior to coming into court?
Yes, and those are my initials.
Thank you. When you were originally recording this, was it accompanied by a narration?
Yes, it was.
And did we take that out so this would be image only of the recording?
Yes.
And people would move for admission of 227?
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
227 is admitted.
Thank you. And Mr. Bridge, I'm just going to come back and ask you about People's Exhibit 1001. Do you know what time of year this was taken? You didn't take this picture, did you?
I did not take this photograph.
Other than that the season may vary, is this a fair and accurate representation of where the trailer park would be located relative to Pomona Elementary?
It is. I responded to 585, 25 and a half road many times over the time I worked for the Grand Junction Police Department.
So other than this may or may not be the same season when this was taken, it shows the location of it relative to that school and 25 and a half road.
Yes.
People would move for admission of 1001.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you.
1001 is admitted. Or 1001 is another way of saying it.
Mr. Bridge, I wanted to just review those with you at one time, so I wasn't coming up and back. You indicated when you first arrived to 585, 25 and a half road, you went to trailer number 67, and there were two other officers there. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And those would be Officers Evans and Goodell.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you parked relative to this particular trailer?
Unfortunately, I do not recall.
Okay. Would it be typical to drive up to the trailer?
Not directly up to the front door.
Okay, why not?
It's just unsafe to pull up to a potential crime scene or an investigative scene and stop right in front of the house.
One of my questions in showing you the location of this, where was this trailer relative to St. Mary's Hospital?
I hate to speculate on a mileage distance, but I can clearly say not far, not far.
Working for Grand Junction Police Department, are you pretty familiar with the city streets?
Very much so.
And was this located in the city?
It was.
What would be the driving distance for you to drive from St. Mary's to this home that night? Or sorry, the time, rough time period?
Especially at 10 o'clock at night with limited traffic, I'd say less than 5 minutes.
During your time working for Grand Junction Police Department, did you often work alongside ambulance or paramedics who may be arriving to the same scene?
All the time, yes.
In regards to your experience working with EMT and ambulance, would it have taken longer for an ambulance to respond to that home and take a child to the hospital, or take the child directly to the hospital from the home?
It's possible either way, depending on where the ambulances are located in the city at any given time. It may take longer to wait for an ambulance. I hope that answered your question.
While you were on the scene at 585, 25 and a half road number 67, did you come into contact with someone who identified himself as Darin Thrailkill?
Yes, ma'am.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you describe where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Mr. Darin is seated at my 2 o'clock wearing a black shirt.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry, my 2 o'clock wearing a black shirt.
wearing a black shirt?
Black shirt, black tie, white male.
Okay.
I apologize.
Is he the
Lots of
only
black shirts.
male seated at the table to the right that you identified as 2:00 for you?
Yes, yes.
And 2:00, you're talking about the hour clock?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would ask that the record reflect identification of Mr. Thrailkill.
Is there any objection, Ms. Marisic?
No, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
Where did you come into contact with Mr. Thrailkill?
It would have been on the front porch of trailer number 67, kind of like I mentioned, just seated in a chair.
And when you came into contact with him, can you describe your demeanor as well as his demeanor?
Objection, compound question.
The objection sustained.
Can you describe your demeanor in approaching Mr. Thrailkill?
Even though I was a law enforcement officer, always wearing a uniform, I always tried to come off as like non-threatening. So I'd say my demeanor was nothing different than it is right now, conversational tone.
Can you describe Mr. Thrailkill's demeanor?
Intensely nervous, and I can substantiate that if I need to.
Sorry?
I can substantiate that and explain more if I need to.
Sure. Can you tell us what you were observing about him that made you believe he was intensely nervous?
Physically shaking as if he was going to break out into a sweat.
Was he crying when you came into contact with him?
No,
Was he yelling or screaming?
no,
Was he saying anything spontaneously versus you asking him questions?
I don't recall anything stated spontaneously. I do recall an answer to one of my questions.
When you were on scene, did you become aware of whether there were other children present?
Yes, I think it was Officer Goodell who had told me that 2 other children were present.
Did you have the opportunity to speak directly to Mr. Thrailkill?
Yes,
Was that before or after you learned there were children in the home?
that was after.
That you talked to him after you learned there were children in the home?
I believe so.
For a law enforcement arriving at a scene like this, was it important that you knew whether or not there were children in the home?
Very much so.
Can you describe for the jury why?
The initial report that I'd received from Officer Nake was that a 6-year-old child had died in the emergency department. That raises a very, very deep-seated concern for me to understand if there's a risk to any other life that's out there, to include other children especially.
Did you know really anything about what had happened at that point in time?
No, this investigation was very much so in its infancy. Honestly, I didn't know what I didn't know. I had no idea what had transpired or how this had occurred. The goal was just to understand if anybody else was at risk.
Did you even know who might be a suspect?
No.
Did you enter the home?
Yes,
And who did you enter the home with?
with Officer Goodell.
And what did you do inside the home?
My whole goal at the time was to ensure that the other 2 kiddos that were allegedly inside were okay. So right, I believe it was just inside the front entryway in the living room there, found 2 kiddos who appeared to be sleeping on a carpeted floor under blankets. I didn't want to frighten them or terrify them, waking them up in the middle of the night with a police officer. So I just paused for a moment and watched. I could see chest rise and fall under the blanket. That sufficed for me to tell me that they were at least okay. So I didn't wake them up, I didn't disturb them, and then we left the house, stepped out of the house.
Have you had to do this in other situations as well?
Yes.
Have you responded to homes like this where a child had died or a child was in grave danger?
More times than I care to recount.
When you encounter responses to homes where a child died or is in grave danger, how have those scenes often, how have you observed those scenes to be?
In a word, chaotic.
Why do you describe those types of scenes as chaotic?
There are often deep-seated emotions, sadness, fear, anger, and it's typically surrounding, the unknown. Is a child hurt? Are they not alive? Are they okay? That's kind of the focus of those very intense emotions.
What type of role do you play on a scene like that when you see those sort of deep emotions surfacing from the situation with a child?
Make it safe and then investigate, which is why we checked on the children first.
When you arrived to trailer number 67 where Mr. Thrailkill was situated, did Mr. Thrailkill appear consistent or inconsistent with what you had encountered at similar scenes?
Inconsistent. I was deeply confused at the onset.
Sorry,
Inconsistent. I was deeply confused at the onset.
why were you confused?
The lack of congruency with what I had seen in prior scenes and what I was seeing with this scene.
And when you say this scene, are you referring to Mr. Thrailkill himself or the entire setting?
The whole scene to include Mr. Thrailkill.
After you went inside the home to confirm that the other children were okay, were safe, you said they appeared to be sleeping. You said you watched their chest rise and fall, so you knew they were breathing. Why did you use the word appeared to be sleeping versus they were sleeping?
I didn't physically touch them, roll them over, move them in any way. So that was my assumption, is that they were sleeping. Another thing that was just very odd arriving at that scene, expecting some sort of chaos and being faced with just the opposite.
At that point in time, you indicated that you really didn't know much about what had happened, who suspect was, anything like that. Did you know if there was even a crime?
No, we were unsure if this was a medical issue, a gas leak, an electrocution, if it was a crime. We generally had no idea of what had occurred, and trying to just get the broad scope of what happened and how can we start.
When you spoke to Mr. Thrailkill, was it your intent to do a full interview?
No.
When you spoke to him, what was your goal?
Essentially, what we would call a public safety statement. Is there a risk to other persons or people either in the home or outside the home in the immediate area?
Did Mr. Thrailkill make any statements to you about what had happened?
After I asked, yes.
What did you ask him?
Just very vaguely, can you tell me what happened here? Because I was just very, very confused.
What did he tell you?
He'd said that every night before he goes to bed, he checks on his children. And on this night, he'd done the same and gone to Martin. And I believe his words were, he knew that something was wrong, that he had placed his hand on the back of Martin and knew that he wasn't breathing. At some point in there, he told me that a pillow had been over his head. But he was concerned enough to tell the biological mother, I believe it was Kristen, that something was wrong with Martin, at which point Darin had taken Martin to the car so Kristen could drive to the hospital and he would stay at the home.
When taking the statement of Mr. Thrailkill, if your report had documented the biological mother's name to be Crystal, would that be correct?
I'll believe it. If it's in the report, yes, ma'am.
Do you want to see your report?
That'd be great.
If I may approach, I'm showing him page 94 and 95 of Discovery.
Yes, you may.
If you want to just take a look at this and then put it down, I'll ask you some more questions.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does. I apologize.
Did Mr. Thrailkill make any statements to you about whether Martin had been sick?
Not specifically about being sick. I did ask about any medical conditions. He said that he was kind of like a wintertime asthmatic. This occurred in July, but that's what he told me.
Did Mr. Thrailkill describe that he had had asthma during winter months?
Yes.
Did he tell you that Martin had been fine over the summer?
Yes.
When you spoke to Mr. Thrailkill, did his demeanor change with you?
No, it did not.
I want to ask you also some questions about things that were not said. Did Mr. Thrailkill ever ask you, how was Martin?
No.
Did he ever ask you, what was Martin's condition?
No, he did not.
Did he ever appear panicked, at least by his words, over the welfare of Martin?
No.
Did he ever voice concern for Crystal, Martin's mother, who was up at the hospital?
No, not to me.
Did Mr. Thrailkill ever share expressions of love for Martin?
Not to me.
Did he ever express compassion for Crystal at the hospital?
No.
Did he ever ask you if he could go to the hospital?
No,
Did he ever express a desire to go support Crystal at the hospital?
not to me.
Did he ever express blame for the situation?
No,
Did he ever express guilt for the situation?
no,
Did he ever express sadness for the situation?
no.
Was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had seen at similar scenes in the past?
Inconsistent.
When you go to scenes where children have died or children are in grave condition, what observations do you generally make of parents when you go to the scene?
Of course, everybody processes trauma very differently. I would say, by and large, I see intense sadness directed towards the child, intense fear directed toward the outcome of the child. Sometimes anger and hatred at the fact that this had occurred. Very, very high emotions, whether it's a child death for SIDS, an adolescent suicide. I mean, the list goes on and on. But those are the emotions that I typically see. It's not a fear of my presence. It's a fear of what the situation has brought.
After you spoke with Mr. Thrailkill, did officers receive consent from Mr. Thrailkill to go in the home and search the home?
Yes,
And did you do that?
yes,
When you went into the home to search it, did you also photograph it?
yes, I did.
Back in 2000, did you work for Grand Junction Police Department when they wore body-worn cameras?
Yes,
Okay. Back in 2016, did you have body-worn cameras?
no.
Were you carrying any recording device,
A department issued camera was kind of all we had.
like to photograph things?
Yes, a photographing camera.
In 2016, did you actually use a camera back then or your phones to photograph scenes?
I believe it was an actual camera with like a memory card in it.
Okay. When you went in the home, you said you took photos. At some point, did you also take a video as well?
Yes.
Why were you trying to photograph the scene to the best of your ability?
From what I'd heard on the radio and what I'd seen on the scene, I had a deep-seated respect for not knowing what I don't know. I was highly confused. I had no idea how we'd got to this point or what was happening. And I did not want to miss the opportunity to grab any piece of evidence to help bring conclusion to this case, no matter the outcome. We didn't know if a search warrant was pending. That was the hope. But my concern was this is the only opportunity we're going to have inside this home to document anything. And so that's why even oftentimes in that time, we wouldn't take a lot of photographs unless it was something very specific, or even more rarely would take video of something. But in this case, I felt that the situation beckoned that I collect as much information as I possibly could.
And if we could first please publish 200. So, Mr. Bridge, there's going to be a monitor that shows up hopefully with these exhibits. And if you can just, I'll ask you about each exhibit and what you saw when you walked into the home and where things are in this home, all right? I'm first showing you what has already been admitted as 200. Where would the front door be relative to this photograph?
So the front door is just to the right side of the screen. You can see the window that leads out to like the main street area where everybody parks. So this would be, once you walk in the front door, kind of the main entryway living room.
And was this a single wide trailer?
Yes, it was.
As you went into this home, was this home spread out widthwise when you came into this home or lengthwise into the lot?
Lengthwise, almost every trailer, I believe every trailer in this area is kind of like lengthwise.
Okay. So what do we see in this photo?
This is where we checked on the two kiddos that appeared to be sleeping in the living room, carpeted floor, see some electronics in the background.
And the door you're saying is on the right side of this photograph?
That's correct.
Was there a child there on the couch under the blue blanket that we see?
Yes,
And was there a child under the pink blanket on the floor?
yes, there was.
Did you know whether or not these children were male or female or how old they were?
No, I did not.
Did you know roughly what age they might be?
At that time, I had a two-year-old of my own, so I guess they were anywhere from 6 to 8.
That's what you, okay. And as we look into this home, it looks like the windows are covered by maybe some blue sheets or some blue curtains of some sort.
It appears so, yes.
And when you took these photographs, was there anything that you touched or changed prior to photographing this home?
No, I was very careful, whether it was taking photographs or video, I did not touch or move a single thing.
And if we could, let me just, at the top left side, what is that at the top left side?
A gaming system, computer, or TV screen.
And as we're looking at the bottom right of this photograph, what part of the home would we be looking at?
The bottom right.
Do you
Like
see a
the
white?
countertop there?
Yeah.
So yeah, most of the layouts of these trailers are the same. So this would be kind of the living area. That countertop, I believe, to the right is going to be the kitchen area.
And if we could please publish 201. In terms of this photograph, have you just shifted the view slightly to the left from what we were looking at in 200?
Yes.
And what did you notice in this area?
More electronic devices, gaming systems, TV screens. It was clear that the decisions were made to spend money kind of in this room, if that makes sense.
That's where you thought more belongings were of value in the front room compared to other rooms?
Yes.
Okay. And as we're looking at this photograph, what would be right behind you?
Directly behind me would be the hallway that leads kind of to the rest of the trailer.
And as you're looking at this photograph, there appears to be a computer screen straight into the photograph. Is there one to the left of that the lit up screen as well?
Yes, two to the left of it, I do believe.
Okay. And as we're looking at this photograph, were there computers and monitors on the, I want to say the left wall as we're looking at this photograph as well?
Yes.
And if we could please publish 202. As we're looking at this photograph, have you sort of turned left again to photograph into the hallway of the trailer and you can sort of see the kitchen on your left?
Yes.
Just to give the jury some perspective, the bottom right black square, what is that we're looking at?
It'd be like a large flat screen TV.
And as we're looking down the hallway, can you tell the jury, just to give them some context, what's down that hallway?
So it was described to me before we had gone into the home that Martin's room was down the hallway and on the left, and then the master bedroom was essentially at the end of the hallway. I think there's probably a bathroom in there somewhere as well.
Okay. And if we could please publish 203. And are you turning basically again left, photographing the kitchen?
Yes.
As you walk in from the outside of this home, is the porch on the front side of the home?
Yes, the porch is on near the white door that we just looked at.
Is it like a walk-up stepped porch? And you're turning to the left. Why were you photographing the kitchen?
A big thing for me, especially investigating like prior child abuse cases, just experiences. I want to capture like, is there food, is there not? Is there cleanliness, is there not? Are there hazards, are there not? So that was the goal of really kind of capturing the kitchen.
And at this point, without touching anything.
Of course.
And if we could please publish 204. What is this?
So this is inside the kitchen, one of the trash cans.
And what were you trying to photograph here?
There were several beer cans littered around, and there was a collection of them here in the trash can. Sometimes things wind up in the trash that are pertinent to cases later on, so I typically try to take a picture of the trash cans if I can.
Did you know whether alcohol was related to this at all at this point?
I had no idea.
If we could please publish 205. Down to the bottom center of this photograph, we see a Bud light box. Is that next to the garbage can that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
And are you just photographing what's on the counters, what's in the sink?
Yes, just trying to capture multiple angles and multiple views of everything that I possibly can.
And if we could please publish 206. And would this be in the kitchen looking back toward the front door in the living room?
Yes.
Anything particular you were trying to capture here?
No, just try not to miss any details.
If we could please publish 207. So it looks like we're moving to the right of the kitchen sink. Is that right, where the stove and refrigerator are?
Yes.
Anything in particular you were trying to capture here?
No.
So we just noticed kind of some pans on the burner and a crock pot on the kitchen table.
That's correct.
Did you also photograph inside the refrigerator that we're looking at?
I believe so.
If we could please publish 208. Is this a photograph of the refrigerator?
Yes.
Why were you photographing the contents of the refrigerator?
Again, when it comes to kiddos being involved in things, the question is there food? Is it nutritious? Is it not? So just trying to capture the overall environment for the children.
This may be a question you can't answer, I don't know. As we're looking at this particular photograph, I see 2 jugs of milk on the lower right-hand door. Did you check for the contents of the milk to see whether it was regular milk, almond milk, lactate milk?
I did not know.
If we could please publish 209. Would this be looking toward the upper shelf of the refrigerator?
Yes,
Some alcohol on the top row?
it appears so.
Looks like Bud Light.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I can see the white lettering. Yes.
Okay. And if we could please publish 210. Did you also photograph at least opening the door of the freezer to see what was in there?
Yes.
Did there appear to be corn dogs?
Yes.
Did there appear to be ice cream?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not the contents of the freezer had anything to do with what may have happened that day?
No, not at all.
If we could please publish 211. So it looks like we're moving from the front rooms down the hallway. What is it that we see on the left?
So that would be kind of like the washer dryer nook.
And what were you photographing here? What do we see?
Again, trying to capture the environment as a whole. What I see is a hole in the ceiling, a light hanging down, another hole in the wall, a floor that's maybe starting to kind of fall apart.
Is there carpeting on this floor?
Linoleum.
Is that a hole in the floor?
Yes.
And then did you proceed down the hallway to look into different rooms?
Yes, I did.
If we could please publish 212. It looks like on this photograph, you're just passing the washer and dryer into this first room. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If we could please publish, what do we see in this photograph on the ground? Do you know what that is?
The kitty litter box?
Is that what that is?
Yeah, just past the doorway, kitty litter box.
And if we could please publish 123. Would this be looking in, I'm sorry, 213. Thank you. Would this be looking into that first doorway after you passed the washer and the dryer?
Yes, it is.
What can we see from this point of view?
From here, I see no carpet on the floor, and children's clothing and some toys.
If we could please publish 214. Would this be entering in just a little bit further into that room?
Yes.
What are you photographing on the floor of this room?
The first thing that drew my attention was the lava lamp that's plugged into an exposed outlet that's kind of hanging out of the wall.
Is there anything else in particular you saw at that time?
From this view, not that I recall.
As we look at this particular photograph, were you aware of whether or not there was underwear on this floor?
Oh, there are some kids' underwear on the floor. I apologize.
No, it's all right. Did you know if that might even be relevant?
No, I had no idea if that would be relevant or not.
But you happened to capture that in this photograph?
Yes.
If we could please publish 215. Is this also in the same room?
Yes, it is.
And on this particular photograph, do you see the underwear a little bit more so on the bottom right?
Yes, in the same position as the first photo.
Okay. And what were you photographing about the bed?
There's no fitted sheets, minimal blankets. That was kind of the reason for capturing this photograph.
If we could please publish 216. Did you end up going into another bedroom down this hallway?
Yes.
And on the bottom left here, what are we seeing in the bottom left of this photograph?
That would the kitty litter box again.
Okay, so at this point, have you moved just past that first doorway where you photographed that mattress?
Yes.
And do you end up taking photographs in this next left room on the photograph?
Yes.
If we could please publish 217. Is there a chance we could approach the court?
Yeah, sure. And I was thinking we're close to our afternoon
This would be
break
great.
time as well, if that works. So, all right, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember all the instructions for the recesses. We'll see you back in about 10 to 15 minutes, please. Thank you. Please rise for our jury. For the record, our jury has left the courtroom. And if you want to be back in about 15 minutes, sir, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Your Honor, can we make our record?
Absolutely. Thanks. Mr. Zentner or Ms. Mayor?
Mr. Bridge can leave. We had discussed, I believe Friday, Mr. Marker in the rear, second to the right, seat in the back there. Ms. Gregory, had notified me that it appeared as if he was dozing off, this afternoon. I looked over and I confirmed that when I watched him, get up. When the jury was excused for our mid-afternoon break, it looked like he was very tired. So, those are the observations that, we made over here.
Okay. Are you asking the court to do anything about that or?
Just wanted to make that note, Judge. So defense counsel had that, and then we can maybe readdress that when we come back from our own break here. Thank you.
Okay. Does that work for you, Ms. Marsich?
That works for us. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. We'll be in recess until 3:15, please. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record in 23 CR 1042, People versus Darin Thrailkill. Mr. Thrailkill does appear in custody represented by Ms. Parham and Ms. Marisic. Ms. Mayor and Mr. Zentner are both here. For the people who are outside the presence of our jury, we ready for the jury, Ms. Mayor?
We are, Judge, and just for the juror issue, we've advised the defense of what our observations were, and I think they're going to have their investigator keep an eye open, and we might address it at the end of today.
Okay, thanks. As far as maybe talking to the juror
Or something.
no? Okay. Yeah, I was watching him earlier today because I kind of had the same observations, but then I looked and it seemed like he was taking notes and he was awake and the person to his right on my right of him also seems to close his eyes and lean back, but he doesn't appear to be sleeping to me, so. All right, thanks. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thanks. Could you invite the jury in, please? Thank you.
And Mr. Bridge can reapproach the witness stand.
Yeah, sure, thanks. All right, thank you. Please be seated. For the record, our jury has joined us back in the court. Welcome back, everybody. And you can continue with your direct whenever you're ready, Ms. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bridge. So I think I was asking you, we were just getting into some photos of the next room. If we could please republish 216, just to reorient where we left off. So as we're looking down this hallway, I think you had just indicated that would be the litter box on the left as you pass the first bedroom that you photographed.
That's correct.
And we're looking at the second bedroom on the left. It looks like maybe there's a zebra stripe blanket hanging in the doorway.
Yes.
And if we could please publish 217. And would this be just entering the next bedroom on the left?
Yes, it is.
Is there anything noteworthy in this photograph that you were trying to photograph?
No.
If we could please publish 218. What were you photographing here in that second bedroom?
Just the general state of the room.
In terms of the bedding that you saw, was the bedding same or different from the first room that you saw?
Different.
Was that something you took a mental note of?
Yes.
If we could please publish 219. Just a closer up shot looking into the bedroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything noteworthy you were specifically trying to photograph in the second bedroom?
No.
If we could please publish 220. As we were looking originally down the hall of this single wide trailer, you said there was first the washer dryer, then a bedroom that had the no sheets on the mattress,
Correct.
and then a second bedroom on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would this be the bathroom directly at the end of the hall?
Yes, it would.
And well, let me ask you this. Did you know whether or not the bathroom was even relevant?
No, I did not.
Notwithstanding that, you were just trying to get a glimpse of everything you could get while you were in the home?
Yes.
Was there anything noteworthy you were trying to photograph in the bathroom?
Here again, just the general state of things.
And if we could please publish 221. Was this the shower tub located inside that bathroom?
Yes.
If we could please publish 222. And as we're looking at this photograph, you see something red at the bottom center. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Similar, nothing noteworthy. You were just trying to capture whatever you could while you were inside the home.
That is correct.
If we could please publish 223. And would this be looking at the base of the bathtub shower where we saw the red item on the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And what did you notice here?
Again, just taking overall atmospheric photos and like I'd mentioned earlier, taking pictures of trash cans. Try to do that just because sometimes things wind up in trash cans.
So it looks like there's a photograph of a paper plate with some red mark on it,
Yes.
a water gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else you recognize in that photo?
I see a stool, perhaps a sock.
If we could please publish 224. Did you look inside the bathtub to photograph this?
So I didn't move the curtain. I just put my hand in the gap between the curtain and the wall to take a photograph. So it was really hard to even tell where my camera was pointing until after the photograph was taken.
If we could please publish 225. So it looks like you're probably standing at the bathtub taking a picture back with the sink and the mirror.
Yes.
And lastly, if we could please publish 226. Is this what you would see walking from the back of the trailer toward the front door, looking to the living room on your left?
Yes.
And just for context, would the other child have been at the floor at the bottom of this photograph?
Yes.
Did these children appear to wake up while you were photographing the home at all?
They didn't move at all outside of just that chest rise and fall. I could tell that they were breathing, but otherwise didn't move.
And if we could please publish 227. And Mr. Bridge, for the record, this particular video that we're going to look at, is this a video of the first bedroom on the left?
Yes, as long as it's the one that I just initialed and you just showed me.
Yes.
Okay, yes, it is.
And this is one that originally you were narrating, but we took the narration out to just show what you could see, correct?
Yes.
If we could get the assistance of the clerk, we need a switch flipped. Mr. Bridge, while we're working on this issue, I did want to follow up with a couple of questions while we get this video up and running. Did you stay at the home for quite some time until you ultimately left?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the scene of this trailer number 67?
From the time that I arrived to the time that my shift ended, essentially.
Would that be many hours?
Yes.
And was there scene security to preserve the premises for a later re-entry into the home to seize evidence and photograph it further?
Yes, my role was to remain there as protecting the scene pending a search warrant. It just did not happen during the time that I was there.
And protecting the scene, is that just to make sure other people aren't coming or going?
No one enters, no one exits, nothing is disturbed.
At some point in time, did other officers arrive to transport Mr. Thrailkill away from the home?
Yes.
Do you know what time that would have been at?
Unfortunately, I do not remember.
But that was while you were on the scene?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think we're ready to go on this exhibit number 227. Thank you. Mr. Bridge, a couple of follow-up questions to the video. I asked you these questions about the photographs. Did you move anything to photograph something? In the middle of this video, about maybe halfway through, there appears to be a blue sheet. Maybe, is that a window that is covering?
Yes.
Did you move that blue sheet to photograph the window?
Yes.
Okay, and it was dark outside?
Yes.
One of the questions I had asked you previously in terms of the bedding and available in that first bedroom in contrast to the second bedroom, which had sheets and blankets on it, you said that first bedroom on the left was inconsistent with what you saw in the second bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Similarly, when you were photographing the home, you had seen 2 children at the front of the home, correct?
Yes.
The bedding that was available in the first bedroom on the left, did that appear to be consistent or inconsistent with the bedding that the children in the living room were using?
Inconsistent.
Is that something you took a mental note of when you were just making observations?
Yes.
And I want to back up just a moment. I had asked you about statements made by the defendant while you were on scene, and you had indicated you just asked a basic question like, tell me what happened. Were you aware in an investigation like this that detectives or people from your detective investigations unit would probably be called out to conduct further interviews?
Absolutely.
Was that belief relevant to why you did such a short encounter with Mr. Thrailkill?
Yes.
And I want to just clarify a couple things about the statements he made to you. When you spoke to him, was he on the chair on the front porch?
Yes.
When you asked him what happened and he told you he checked on the kids every night before he goes to bed, is that correct?
That's correct.
What did he say about why he went into Martin's room?
I believed well, I think that was the precipitating thing, was I always check on the kids. And when I found Martin, I knew that something was wrong.
Does your report document that Darin told me he went into Martin's room to check on Martin when he knew something wasn't right?
If you're reading it verbatim, I'm sure it is in my report.
I know this is from 2016 and you've been gone from Grand Junction Police Department. Did you detail the statements that Mr. Thrailkill made to you?
As clearly as I could that night. Yes.
Okay. Are those always details that you can remember now, many years later?
No.
Would looking at your report assist you in refreshing your recollection as to the specifics of what you documented concerning his statements?
Word for word, yes, it would.
And I'm showing him page 94 and 95 of discovery. What statement did he make to you concerning why he went into Martin's room?
As you had stated, that because he was concerned something was wrong.
And did he identify for you that Martin's room was the first one on the left?
Yes.
What did Darin tell you he observed when he went into Martin's room?
That he had placed his hand on Martin's back and noted that he wasn't breathing. Later, he had told me that he found a pillow on Martin's head. And at that point, he had told his biological mother that something was wrong.
When the defendant was making statements to you about how Martin's mom, Crystal, was alerted, was he telling you he's the one who told her?
That's what I was told, yes.
And what did he tell her?
That something was wrong.
Did he tell you that Martin ended up in a car?
Yes, he told me he took Martin to the car so his mother could then drive him to the hospital.
His mother driving him to the hospital, meaning Martin's mother, Crystal, driving Martin to the hospital?
Yes.
Why did you ask Mr. Thrailkill about Martin's medical condition?
With anybody who passes, whether it's expected or unexpected, it's very important to understand if there's pre-existing medical conditions.
And what specifically did he tell you?
That he was an asthmatic in the winter months.
And did he tell you he'd been fine over the summer?
Yes,
And is that what you documented in your report pertaining to Mr. Thrailkill's statements?
it is.
Mr. Bridge, what is the last exhibit in front of you?
1001. The view from Pomona Elementary into 585, 25 and a half road.
Thank you. And if we could please publish 1001.
If you'll give me just 1 second here to check on it. That's fine, thank you.
And Mr. Bridge, as you're looking at the computer monitor, is this the exhibit that you just said was a fair and accurate representation of where Pomona is relative to the trailer park?
Yes, that appears to be the same photo.
Can you just describe for the jury where the trailer park is relative to the Pomona Elementary sign?
So from the sign, if you look just to the right, you'll see a tree that's kind of orange. It's changing color. And so in between the tree that's orange changing color and the pointed sign just to the left of it, there's a driveway. There's a blue sign just to the left of that driveway across the street. So that would be the entrance into 585, 25 and a half. You can see some of the trailers just beyond the wooden privacy fence.
And you're referring to the very small blue sign on a wooden fence line in the center of the photograph to mark Paradise Valley Trailer Park?
Yes,
And is the road also, is 25 and a half road also marked with the crosswalk from the school to across the street in the center of this photo?
yes, it is.
If I could have just a minute, Judge.
Oh, sure.
Are there any other exhibits in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Ms. Marsich? Okay, thanks.
And Ms. Weimer, would you be able to publish exhibits as needed? Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. Bridge, just a few more questions for you, okay?
Okay.
We might refer back to some of those exhibits that we were just talking about, all right? So this home that you went to was Unit 67 at that trailer park, right?
Yes,
And exhibit 1000 is kind of a bird's eye view of that park, right?
if I recall correctly, yes,
You'd agree with me that the units are very close together, right?
very much.
This unit had neighbors on both sides, right?
Yes,
And neighbors behind it, right?
believe so.
If you want to refer to exhibit 1000.
This is 1001. Sorry, I don't have 1000.
Yes, oh, you don't have 1000?
It's not been admitted, I
Oh,
don't
that one
think.
hasn't been admitted yet. Okay, never mind. But this unit was centrally located in the park.
Yes,
So not only are these trailers close together, but you agree that this is a small living space, right?
yes, absolutely.
It's a single wide trailer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first walk in the door and you look to the right, that's where we saw those couches that we were talking about earlier, right?
Yes,
And if the prosecution could republish People's Exhibit 200. This is that view to the right of the front door, right?
yes, ma'am.
This space is pretty compressed, you'd agree, right?
It is.
We have, looks like one child sleeping on a love seat, right?
Yes,
And another on the ground, right?
that's correct.
And then we have some kind of monitor with a chair in front of it, right?
Yes,
That could be a PC, right?
Anything. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it's right next to this couch, right?
Yes, it is.
Right across from the bigger of the two couches
Yep.
on the opposite wall.
On the left side?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if you turn to the left when you first walk in, that's where you see that kitchen.
That's correct.
And then we have that hallway leading into the rest of the living space, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If the people could republish People's Exhibit 211. And this is that hallway, right?
Yes, it is.
Now, you'd agree with me that the distance between where we just were in the living room to that cat litter box is not very far, right?
Not at all.
And the door to Martin's bedroom is just before that cat litter box, right?
Yes,
Off to the left.
that is correct.
So it's that first bedroom, or first room, I should say, down that hallway.
Yes.
Now, you noted that you observed some respiratory irritants around Martin's bed, right?
From the ceiling, yes. I don't know about around his bed.
Well, you noted that the cat litter box was quite close to him, right?
Yes.
You also noted that the fiberglass insulation was quite close to him as well,
Yes.
or to his bedroom, I should say.
Yes.
We can take that down, thank you. Now, you took lots and lots of pictures in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There were other photos that were not just gone through with the jury, right?
Yes.
Because you weren't sure what exactly would be of evidentiary value.
Absolutely. I had no idea.
So you wanted to be thorough in your documentation, right?
That was my goal.
Right. And would you recognize another one of those photos if I presented it to you?
Likely.
For the record, I'm providing to the prosecution Defense Exhibit P and approaching the witness with the same.
I already have a P, I think,
Oh,
so.
did I miss one? Q, we will
Q.
do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bridge, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, this would be a bottle of dextromethorphan and probably an albuterol inhaler.
Okay, so this is another photo that you took at Unit 67, right?
Yes,
On that July 2nd, 2016 date.
that's correct.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of the photo that you took that night?
Yes, it is.
The people, or the prosecution, oh my goodness, the defense moves to admit Q for the record.
Is there any objection, Ms. Mayor?
May I just order the witness
Oh, sure.
quickly from here?
Sure.
Oh,
I'm good. Mr. Bridge, where was this photograph taken in? What place of the home?
I'm not certain. I would have to see all the photographs probably in like chronological order to be able to place exactly where this was located.
Would that be helpful to you?
Very much so.
Or mind if I approach him with the other pictures?
Oh, that's fine, sure.
what is that? Just talk this. Oh, okay, yeah.
Mr. Bridge, I'm going to show you everything that you booked into evidence as PB1. Maybe that would help give you some context for my question.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
Yes, it was.
In what room was that photograph taken?
Looking at the photographs prior to this one and then after this one, as well as the table, the color, its layout, and then the flooring, this would have been in the parents' bedroom, last bedroom on the left.
Thank you. No objection, Judge.
Defendant's Exhibit Q is admitted.
And then permission to publish from the defense table.
Oh, sure.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Okay, Mr. Bridge, is what's on that screen there, that defense exhibit Q that you had in front of you?
Yes, it is.
All right, and you started to tell us a little bit about what you saw in there. Can you describe it now?
Yes, so this essentially cough syrup on the left and then an inhaler on the right.
And did you collect either of those as physical evidence?
No.
You just documented it with the photo?
Yes, just with the photograph.
We can take that down, thank you. Now let's talk more about when you initially arrived on the scene and kind of the interactions that you had, okay? So officers Evans and Goodell arrived on scene first, is that right?
Yes.
And then you arrived shortly after, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Thrailkill had spoken with Officer Evans before you got there, right?
To my understanding, to some degree, yes.
Okay. And then you also spoke with Mr. Thrailkill, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were doing kind of that introductory interview to learn what you could, right?
I wouldn't even characterize that as an interview, just as that public safety statement. Is anybody else at risk? And that was my kind of purpose and role, if that
Okay.
helps.
And he answered your questions when you were collecting that information.
Yes.
And he was outside when you were having this conversation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He was on that front porch, right?
That's correct.
And that's the porch that's attached to that main entry we've been talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, shortly after you spoke with Mr. Thrailkill, that's when you kind of shifted to a scene security type role,
Shortly thereafter, yes.
where you were securing the unit 67 so that other people couldn't come in and out, right?
Yes,
So Mr. Thrailkill wasn't free to come in and out, right?
correct.
He was already outside the trailer and let you guys do your job there.
Yes.
Now, your conversation with Mr. Thrailkill was not recorded, right?
That's correct.
You did not have body cams at that time, right?
No, ma'am.
You did have access to a camera, right?
Yes.
The digital camera, right? Is that
Yes,
yes for the
sorry,
record?
I apologize, yes.
That's okay. You did not use that to record the interview or the statements that you collected from Mr. Thrailkill?
No, I did not.
After you spoke with Mr. Thrailkill, another officer on the scene spoke with him, right?
I believe it was Officer Goodell that did most of the speaking.
Yeah, so he did what you would call an actual interview of Mr. Thrailkill, right?
To my understanding, I was around the corner and away from it, so I'm not sure how that transpired.
You were kind of out of sight, just providing more cover for that.
That's correct.
And you would describe it as an interview, right?
Sure, yes.
So Officer Goodell would be the one to talk to about what was said in that conversation, right?
The conversation between he and Darin?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Officer Goodell would be the one to talk to on observations of what Mr. Thrailkill was like during that interview, right?
During his interview, yes.
Because you just got those initial statements, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you weren't able to see what Mr. Thrailkill said, how he said it with Officer Goodell.
Correct.
But you do know that Officer Goodell obtained consent from Mr. Thrailkill, right?
Yes, that's what he told me.
Consent to enter into the trailer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To check on the kids, right?
Yes.
And then to do the thorough documentation that you did.
Yes.
So Mr. Thrailkill was asked if he gave permission, and he did give that permission.
Yes, that is correct.
Now, you described this scene as kind of the opposite as what you may have expected. Is that right?
Yes,
You said normally when we have a situation with a harmed child, you might expect more chaos on scene.
that's correct.
Here, instead, you had Mr. Thrailkill waiting outside, right?
When I arrived waiting outside, yes. Prior to that, I'm not sure what that interaction looked like.
Sure. And you had him physically shaking, I think is what you said.
That's what I observed, yes.
Able to answer the police questions, right?
Absolutely.
But he wasn't the one kind of initiating the conversation, right?
That's correct.
Instead, he was physically shaking and just answering what was asked of him.
Yes,
And he wasn't the only one that was maybe a little different than you might expect, right?
with respect to,
The kids inside, right?
yes,
The kids inside, they weren't being chaotic, right?
correct.
They kept to themselves, right?
Yes, very much so.
And they stayed laying down on the couch and on the floor, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that you didn't see Mr. Thrailkill cry, right?
That's correct.
That you didn't hear him raise his voice, right?
Correct.
Would you describe him as extremely upset?
I would not characterize that as extremely upset, no.
Would you agree that the other officers on scene made their own observations of Mr. Thrailkill, right?
Yes,
And there were two other officers that had more access to Mr. Thrailkill, right?
for a longer period of time than I, yes.
Including Officer Goodell, who had the whole interview with him.
That's correct.
But when you were witnessing him, that back and forth, he was just this physically shaking throughout the interaction.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about Mr. Thrailkill's actions while you were on scene with him, okay? Like we said before, he consented to the police entering the trailer, right?
Yes.
He stayed on scene with the officers, right?
Yes, he did.
And he stayed with those officers until they told him to leave with some of the officers, right?
Yes.
At no point did he barricade entry into the trailer, right?
No.
At no point did he try to remove himself from the situation, right?
No.
He stayed compliant with those officers on scene.
That's correct.
If I could have one moment.
Oh, sure.
And I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Mayor, redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Bridge. The photograph that defense showed you, Defense Exhibit Q, with the cough medicine and the inhaler, is the protective seal still on the cough medicine?
It appears it is. It's got that sealed for protection kind of label across it.
Like the little plastic wrap that goes around the top of
Yep.
a bottle. Defense counsel was asking you about the kids keeping them to themselves. Other than when Mr. Thrailkill left the trailer with a ride to the police department, did the children ever wake up?
I never interacted with the children. I only observed them.
Did you ever observe them awake and moving around?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know who ultimately got them up to leave the trailer with Mr. Thrailkill later in the morning?
Unfortunately, I also do not know.
Defense counsel asked you some questions about recording. Body worn camera, now everything is captured on recordings, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what year that happened?
Oof.
It's while you were still at GJPD?
Yes, but years after this case.
Okay. One of my questions is, defense counsel asked you about using the camera to photograph Mr. Thrailkill speaking. When you were a police officer, would you use cameras to record somebody's statements in a recording rather than photographs?
In my practice, I had not recorded somebody in that manner.
Why not?
Just not a standard of practice, I guess. Typically, if we're going to conduct a recorded interview, it'll be at a location where there's good audio, where there's good sound, there's good video image, as opposed to like a point and shoot camera, if you will.
Okay. When defense counsel was asking you about the defendant's actions and statements, he had just been told Martin died, right?
I'm not sure when that piece of information came out.
That happened at, I guess, at some point between you being at the hospital and you arriving at trailer number 67, correct?
I would assume so.
Okay. Did he ever ask why Martin died?
No,
Did he ever ask you what happened to Martin?
no.
Nothing further, thank you.
Recross, Ms. Marsich?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is he under subpoena? And if so, oh, jury questions. Thank you. Any questions from the jury for the witness? So if you'd raise your hand. No hands? Okay, thank you. Is he still under subpoena or released or
He's released from the subpoena, thank you, Judge.
objection, Ms. Marsich?
No objection.
All right, you're released from your subpoena, free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Would you like to leave the exhibits here?
Yeah, just leave them there, please. Thanks. Yes, thanks.
And people would call Crystal Usinski.
Okay. And if you could approach, please, thank you. And Ms. Osinski, if you'll have a seat in the black chair, I'll give you an oath once you get seated, please. Thank you. You'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Mary, you're direct whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Osinski, can you pull yourself up a little bit closer to the microphone so we catch you on audio? Thank you. What is your name
Crystal Osinski,
and how do you spell your first name?
Krystal,
And how do you spell your last name?
Osinski.
And I'm sorry, it might be a little hard to hear you. Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer to you? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you. Ms. Osinski, do you live in the state of Colorado anymore?
I do not.
In what state do you live?
Georgia.
And what do you do for a living in the state of Georgia?
I'm a hydraulic technician,
And how long have you worked as a hydraulic technician?
3 years.
What do you do in that job?
Rebuild anything that's hydraulics,
What types of things?
cylinders, motors, pumps.
Is that something you learned as an occupation out in Georgia?
Yes.
And did you learn that before 2016 or after 2016?
After.
Prior to being in Georgia right now, did you previously live in Colorado?
I did.
For what period of time did you live in Colorado?
2012 to 2016.
And in what towns did you live when you lived here in Colorado?
Delta and Grand Junction.
For what period of time did you live in Delta?
2012.
And did you live there for a year or less than a year?
It was less than a year.
And where did you move to after living in Delta for less than a year?
Grand Junction.
And how long or what years did you live in Grand Junction?
The remainder of 2012 to 2016.
During the time you lived in Colorado, were you in a relationship with Darin Thrailkill?
Yes.
And is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe, first of all, where he's seated?
The table over there.
And is there a label on that table?
Defendant.
And can you describe what he's wearing?
Black shirt and a black tie.
And is he the only male seated at that table?
He is.
Your Honor, I would ask that the record reflect Ms. Osinski's identification of the defendant.
Is there any objection, Ms. Maricic?
Absolutely, Ms.
It'll be Ms. Parham for this witness. Ms. Parham, any objection? All right, thank you. The witness will so reflect then. Thank you.
When you lived in Delta during 2012, did you live at 5700 Sundown Road?
Yes.
Was that a in-town area or a rural area?
Rural.
And when you lived in Grand Junction, did you live at 585 25 and a half Road, trailer number 67?
Yes.
And was that here in Mesa County, Colorado?
Yes.
When you came to Colorado, what brought you here?
Darin did.
When did you first meet Darin? What year?
Maybe like 2010-ish.
And how did you meet?
Online games.
Online games, like video games? Is that a yes?
Sorry.
And I'll ask you some more questions about that in just a moment. Did you have a child named Martin Osinski?
Yes.
And did Martin have any nickname?
He had a lot.
What were his nicknames?
Munch. I just forgot them all. I can remember Munch. That was his main one.
Munch. And what was Martin's full name?
Martin Leonard Osinski III.
And what was Martin's date of birth?
7/28/09.
And what state was Martin born?
Michigan.
In Michigan?
Yes.
Do you have family in Michigan?
Yes, that's where I'm from.
And who is Martin's father, biological father?
Martin Osinski II.
And were you married to his father?
I was.
Did Martin live with you in Colorado while you were in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
When you moved to Colorado, when you moved to Colorado, how old was Martin?
He was 2.
2 years old?
Yes.
And do you have other children?
Yes.
What are your other children's names?
Dustin, Frankie, and Reese.
And were Frankie and Reese adopted out before Martin was born?
Yes.
And do you still have contact with Dustin?
Yes.
And how old is Dustin now?
21.
And as a child, who did he grow up with?
His father.
I asked you some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you met through online gaming. For jurors who don't know what online gaming is that where you literally just get on video games and play against people from all over the US or all over the world?
On computers, and it's people all over the world.
When you began a relationship coming to Colorado in 2012, how did you get here?
He came and picked me up.
And he meaning who?
Darin.
Where were you living at the time?
Sierra Vista, Arizona.
And was Martin with you when the defendant picked you up?
Yes.
When the defendant picked you up, did he just drive you back to Delta then?
Yes.
Did Mr. Thrailkill have a nexus, some ties to the Delta area?
Yes.
What were his ties to the Delta area?
His father.
Darin Thrailkill's biological father?
Yes.
And what was his name?
Darin Thrailkill.
Darin Thrailkill as well?
Yes.
The Mr. Darin Thrailkill that you were in a relationship with, did he have a nickname with his family?
Yes.
What was that?
Levi.
And what did his father go by?
Darin.
Did you call Darin Thrailkill the man you were in a relationship with, Darin, or did you call him Levi?
Darin.
When you moved to Colorado, did you have a relationship with Darin Thrailkill's family, the person you are in a relationship with? Did you have a relationship with his family in Delta?
No.
And why was that?
I just wasn't accepted.
You weren't accepted. Why was that?
They wanted to keep the kids' parents together.
When you were living in Delta, did you ever interact with his family or come into contact with them?
Yes.
It sounds like you just didn't consider that a relationship, your contacts with them.
Yes.
Who was Darin Thrailkill's father? Darin Thrailkill father. Who was he married to?
Suzanne.
And is that while you lived in Delta?
Yes.
Were you aware of Darin Thrailkill father ever being married to somebody else before Suzanne?
Yes.
Who was that?
I can't remember her name.
Okay. Do you know the name Natalie Freeman?
That's who he was married to.
Okay. So it sounds like Darin Thrailkill's father's Darin Thrailkill. He was married to a woman named Suzanne. Are you aware of Natalie Freeman's relationship to Darin Thrailkill, the individual that you had a relationship with? What was her relationship to your Darin Thrailkill?
We didn't talk to her much. It was mostly just his dad, so they could have had a better relationship I didn't know about, but as far as I know, I don't know what they had.
Did the defendant have biological children of his own during the time you lived in Colorado with him?
Yes.
Who were his children?
Sean and Alex.
And is Sean a boy?
Yes.
Is Alex a girl?
Yes.
How old were they when you lived in Colorado with your Darin Thrailkill?
Sean was 9 and Alex was 6.
And would that have been in 2016 when you last saw them?
Yes.
When I ask you questions about Darin Thrailkill, when I refer to Darin Thrailkill, I'm going to be referring to the individual you identified in the courtroom. If I'm talking about his father, I'll let you know. Would that work out?
Yes.
When you lived in Delta, where did Sean and Alex live?
With their mom.
And where did their mother live?
In the beginning, they lived in Grand Junction, then they moved to Denver.
And what is the name of Alex and Sean's mother?
Chantel.
Chantel. And is that Chantel Thrailkill?
Last I knew, yes.
Did she also go by the name of Christiana Chantel Thrailkill? Or did you just know her by Chantel?
She had it on her Facebook sometimes, but I never asked her why.
Okay. So you said when you lived in Delta, they lived in Grand Junction for a while?
Yes.
You indicated in 2012 you didn't stay in Delta for a full year. Did you move to the trailer number 67 when you moved to Grand Junction?
Yes.
Where did Chantel live with Alex and Sean when you first moved to Grand Junction?
In the same trailer park.
Okay. Did that work out well or not?
It did work out well.
Why was that?
We were all just closer and it was easier to see the kids and not so hard to like pick them up from her.
At some point in time, did Chantel move to Denver?
Yes.
Did she move with Sean and Alex?
Yes.
Did that complicate your and Darin's ability to visit with the kids?
Yes.
How so?
It just was a lot further drive, reliable cars that could make it that far.
When you say reliable cars that can make it that far, did that involve yours and Darin's cars?
Yes.
Did that involve Chantel's cars?
I don't think she had one.
Okay, so you remember it sounds like transportation being an issue.
A big issue, yes.
When you say big issue, was this a stressor in your family, meaning your family with Darin? Was that a stressor?
No, our cars were just fine to get around Grand Junction.
Sorry, I mean to see the kids. Once Chantel moved to Denver, did this create some conflicts and tension over that period of time?
It caused headache, but not so much tension.
What do you mean by headache?
Just trying to figure out how to go see them. You know, we borrowed a car one time from a friend. So just little extra headaches trying to get out there and see them.
Were you involved in going to get those kids, or was that something Darin did?
I went with them.
You went with him. Sometimes, was that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sometimes did people take you to go get the kids?
No.
Once Chantel moved to Denver, do you know what year that would have been? Like once you moved to Grand Junction, how long did you live in the same trailer park
Maybe like a year.
that you lived in the same trailer park?
I maybe around there. I don't really remember when she moved.
Once she moved to Denver, how often did Darin visit with the kids?
We had them for the holidays and the summertime. They were out with their mom when they were in school.
Would you guys be able to see him during the school year?
If we made our way out there, we could have seen them.
It sounds like, but not them coming here.
Correct, yes.
I want to ask you about the year of 2016. So is there anyone else in the immediate family I haven't spoken about? I've spoken about you, Darin Martin, Sean, Alex, their mother, Chantel. Is there anyone else that was kind of part of your family relationship while you lived here in Colorado?
No,
Did you have any family here?
I did not.
Did you have to create your own community of friends or family when you moved here?
I did.
When we talk about the year of 2016, was your relationship with Darin good, bad, or somewhere in between?
You said the summer of 2016?
The year of 2016?
I think that's when things started to get rocky.
At some point near in time, whether it's 2015 or 2016, did you and Martin leave and go to Arizona for a while?
Yes.
For what period of time did you leave?
I don't remember how long we were gone for. A couple months. It wasn't long.
And was that because your relationship with Darin was rocky or for some other reason?
Because it was rocky.
Do you know when that was relative to July 2nd of 2016?
No.
You said that 2016, things got rocky between you and Darin. In 2016, who was the breadwinner in your family?
I was
What did you do for a living?
as a general manager for Jimmy John's.
General manager for Jimmy John's. And what is Jimmy John's for maybe jurors who don't know what that is?
A sandwich shop.
How long did you work for Jimmy John's?
2 years total, I think.
In what years would that have been?
2014 to 2016.
Were you always in the role as general manager or did that change?
It changed.
What were the different roles that you worked?
Driver, manager, and then general manager.
Do you remember how much you made?
I do not.
Did Darin Thrailkill work?
He helped his friend at a garage.
You said that he helped his friend at a garage. Would he be paid?
Not often.
Where had Darin worked prior to that time? When you first came to Colorado, where was Darin working?
Halliburton.
And when did Darin stop working for Halliburton?
Before we left Delta.
Okay, so it sounds like, based on your testimony, that'd be sometime in 2012.
Yes.
After Darin left Halliburton, did he resume any full-time job?
No.
Was that a stressor in your relationship?
It was.
When we talk about you being the breadwinner and defendant was not working full-time and sounds like maybe sometimes got paid working in a friend's garage. If he got paid, how much would he earn working in his friend's garage?
It varied on the job.
Relevance,
This goes to their relationship and the tensions and stressors that existed in 2016, Judge.
the objection's overruled.
If the defendant got paid, how much would he get paid? What kind of income did he bring home?
It varied on the jobs that he was doing.
Do you know what the most is that he would bring home? And if you don't know, it's fine to say, I don't know too.
No, I can't remember any of them.
In 2016, when you were the breadwinner and Mr. Thrailkill was not working much for regular pay, who controlled the money, the cash?
We both did.
Did you consider yourself rich?
No.
Did you consider yourself poor?
No.
How would you describe your finances during 2016 during this period of time?
Average.
Average. Could you get by paycheck to paycheck?
Yes,
Were there some times where you couldn't?
yes.
If you couldn't get by paycheck to paycheck, how much might you be in the hole at some point with bills or whatever else needed to be taken care of?
We never went very far in the hole, and I got paid weekly, so it was fixed quickly.
Did you want Mr. Thrailkill to work?
Yes,
When you talked about Mr. Thrailkill's kids, Sean and Alex, when they came over for visitation, did money have to be even tighter when their kids were over visiting, for example, the summertime?
no,
In terms of 2016, leading up to July of 2016, describe the caretaking of Martin. Who was responsible for Martin?
usually Darren was, because I worked first thing in the morning till afternoon.
What type of hours do you remember working?
6 to 3:30
6 a.m. to 3:30?
p.m., yes.
Did you ever work a late night shift, like into the midnight hours?
Yes,
Would that have been 2016 sometimes, or was that a different period of time?
2016.
What type of schedule would you have where sometimes you worked morning and sometimes you worked into the midnight hours?
If I worked a closing shift, I would usually go in at 3, and the stores would close at about 11.
Was there a regular schedule of whether you were working 6 in the morning to afternoon versus 3 p.m. to midnight?
Yes,
What kind of schedule would that be of night shift versus morning shift?
my usual schedule was 6 in the morning till 3:30 in the afternoon, unless another manager needed their shift covered and no one would do it, then I would do it for them.
In 2016, when you would work the morning shift, and we were talking, I asked you about the caretaking of Martin. Who was in charge of Martin when you worked 6 a.m. to 3:30?
Mostly he was in school.
Okay, so if you were working 6 a.m. to 3:30, who would be involved in getting Martin up?
Darren,
Who would be in charge of getting Martin to school?
Darren.
Did that go well?
Not always.
Why not?
Um, just some mornings he couldn't get up, and I would take Martin with me to work.
When you said there were some mornings he couldn't get up, are you referring to Martin or Darin?
Darren,
There's some mornings Darin couldn't get up.
yes,
So you said you would take Martin to where?
to work with me.
And what time would that be at?
We'd leave the house by 5:30.
What time generally would school start? Do you remember what those hours were back in 2016?
I do not.
How would you know whether Darin was going to wake up that day or not?
I would wake him up before I left for work.
And if you couldn't wake him up, you would take Martin with you?
Yes.
And then how would Martin get to school?
Either I would go drop him off or my boss would drop him off.
In terms of 2006, well, let me ask you this. Did that create stress when Darin couldn't get up to get Martin to school?
Not entirely.
Not entirely. What does that mean?
Martin's stuff was ready the day before, and I never had to wake him up. I just put him in his car seat in the car and took him to work.
Would you be angry with Darin?
No?
When, in 2016, leading up to July 2nd of 2016, did Martin have accidents?
Yes?
Can you describe for the jury, and I'm sorry I have to ask you these questions because I know that's probably not easy to talk about. Can you describe for the jury what that was like? What were the accidents? How did they get handled?
Uh, Martin was lactose intolerant, so his favorite thing to eat was cheese and yogurt, and ice cream and he didn't exactly take care of himself. He couldn't make it to the bathroom on time, or he'd be too involved in his video games and he would wet himself. But I'd say maybe around the age of 5 or so, he just started cleaning up himself. He knew to go in the bathroom and he knew how to clean himself and put clean clothes on. And he would take his clothes and put them in the washer when he was done.
You said at age 5, he started learning how to clean himself. And what did you refer to put what on?
Put clean clothes on.
Did having accidents continue into 2016?
Yes,
Were pull-ups used sometimes?
sometimes.
How would you use pull-ups? How was that involved?
Uh, he'd wear them at night to go to bed. And after so many dry nights, we just wouldn't put them on him. And then if he started having regular accidents at night, we go back to them.
When you talk about the accidents Martin had, were those involving peeing or pooping?
Both.
How did this relate to the lactose intolerance that you were trying to monitor? What type of accidents would he have if he was lactose intolerant? You said he loved cheese, yogurt, ice cream. What would that cause if he was eating those things?
It would give him a bad tummy and just cause him to need to go to the bathroom quicker than normal.
Would being lactose intolerant and monitoring what he ate cause peeing or pooping issues?
Just the pooping issues.
So if he ate things like cheese, yogurt, ice cream, the things that you said he loved, would that result sometimes in pooping accidents?
It would, yes.
When you describe the types of accidents that Martin had, how did Darin refer to those accidents? Is there any phrase he would use?
There was no phrases that we used. It was just Martin had an accident.
Did the defendant ever refer to Martin as shitting himself?
Yes.
Did you ever use those types of words about him shitting himself?
Yes.
So both of you would sometimes use those words.
Yes.
You described that you had some relationship issues with the defendant's family. Did that continue into 2016?
I just wasn't involved with his family at that point.
Have you ever used the words homewrecker to describe the conflict that his family had with you?
No, I did not.
Did his family appear resentful toward you?
Yes.
Did this sometimes create issues between you and Darin?
Yes.
Did that continue actually up until July 4th, an anticipated event for 4th of July of 2016?
Yes.
Can you describe those? Well, let's talk about July 4th of 2016. Was there an event planned by Darin's family that created some tension between you and Darin?
Yes.
What was that?
A camping trip with the family.
And the camping trip with the family, meaning who?
Darin and his kids.
And were you and Martin invited?
We were not.
Did that create tension or conflict between you and Darin?
I don't really think it caused conflict. It caused Martin to be sad, but it didn't really cause conflict.
Did you think it was fair?
No.
Did you tell Darin Thrailkill you thought that was not fair?
Yes.
How would Darin respond to you? So when we're talking about the July 4th camping trip where you and Martin were not invited, did you tell Darin Thrailkill that's not fair?
Yes,
How would that play out?
very minor. I just expressed myself and we just kind of moved on from it.
Ultimately, as it related to July 4th of 2016, did that end up resolving when you talked with Darin about the fact that's not fair?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure. How did that resolve? The July 4th camping trip, did Darin and his children intend to go?
Yes.
Was there any camping trip or family event in June of 2016 near Father's Day
For us,
with Darin's family?
I don't remember anything like that.
If Darin's family was planning a family event, were you and Martin ever invited?
No.
In 2016, leading up to July 12th of 2016, when did Alex and Sean arrive for a summer visitation?
Yes.
When the kids arrived, did you and Darin feel like they were in good hygienic sanitary condition?
No.
Was Darin, and I told you when I refer to Darin Thrailkill, I'll be referring to the person you identified not being his father unless I tell you it's his father. Was Darin Thrailkill upset
Yes.
about his children's arrival?
Yes.
Why was that?
They were always dirty when they came to us.
They were what?
Always dirty when they came to us.
Was he upset over that?
Yes.
Was he upset at Chantel?
Yes.
And Chantel being Alex and Sean's mother?
Yes.
Did Darin even try to get DHS involved?
Yes.
Were there financial issues that surfaced when the kids got there, like needing clothes, needing eyeglasses, needing some sort of care?
Yes.
Did you have a lot of extra money to spend on Alex and Sean?
No.
In terms of the children coming over for visitation, did that happen in June of 2016? Would that have been the month they arrived?
Yes.
Were they present on July 2nd, 2016?
Yes.
Were there conversations with you and Darin about wanting money back from Chantel
Yes.
to take care of them?
Yes.
Were you upset over it?
That we had to get them stuff?
Yeah.
No.
Was Darin upset over it?
I don't remember him being upset about it.
Was there extra money to do that?
Not really, but knowing that they were coming, we were prepared.
Leading up to July 2nd of 2016, was there any friction between you and Darin about whether he treated his own children fairly compared to Martin?
There were some talks.
Did that appear to be was that a point of contention, conflict between you and Darin? Did he
It's-
treat Martin fairly?
Most of the time.
When you say most of the time, are you saying that was always an issue?
It was becoming one.
Were there examples like that?
The examples that I can give you,
Yeah, like 2016, examples where you talked with Darin about not treating Martin fairly like his own children?
we just disagreed on parenting in some areas.
What were those areas where you and Darin disagreed on parenting?
Mainly discipline.
Was that a stressor in 2016?
Yes.
What was the disagreement about?
How harsh punishment should be.
What was your view?
Um, I like to try time out most of the time, but he got a good swat on the butt every once in a while.
And what was Darin's view?
Timeouts didn't work. He just had a little more aggression than I did.
And when you say Darin had more aggression than you, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he would text me and call me and tell me that he beat the shit out of him.
Beat the shit out of him?
But I was never there. So I was usually working.
That's what Darin Thrailkill
Would say
would
to
tell
me.
you?
Yes.
What kind of words did he use to describe that?
He would tell me he beat the shit out of him.
Did that stress you out?
Yes.
Would it create conflict between you and Darin?
Yes.
Were there any things that you all enjoyed doing together?
Lots of things.
What types of things did you all enjoy doing together?
We would go camping together. We would go to the park together. We would play in the yard in our pool that we had. His friends had not really race cars, but fast cars, and we would go out to the track.
When you said that Darin would sometimes tell you he would beat the shit out of him, did he ever use a phrase that he would bust his butt?
Yes.
Did that ever happen while you were home?
No.
Why do you remember that didn't happen while you were home?
Because Martin was usually stuck to my side when I was home.
You said that when you came to Colorado, you didn't have any connection with Colorado other than Mr. Thrailkill bringing you here. And you said you developed some friends. Did that happen in part as a result of working at Jimmy John's?
Yes.
Did you have a friend in 2016, Marissa Brown?
Yes.
Was Marissa Brown someone who sometimes came to your home and hung out?
Yes.
Did Marissa sometimes come and hang out with Martin?
Yes.
Was Marissa young?
Yes.
How old was Marissa?
20.
Did you, let me rephrase this. Marissa Brown back in 2016 was a female, correct?
Yes.
And what, do you know what Marissa goes by now?
Arlo,
And do you know whether Marissa associates as a male or a female now?
a male.
That person that you know of now in 2025, does that person refer to himself as Arlo Brown?
Yes.
When you lived in Delta, you said that at some point Darin was working at Halliburton. Were you working when you lived in Delta?
No.
What did you do?
Stayed home.
You said when you lived in Delta, when Darin was working, but you were staying home, did some of the visitation with Sean and Alex happen at the Delta home?
Yes.
Yes, okay. What do you remember about the home you lived in Grand Junction?
The trailer.
Yeah.
I can remember everything about it.
Tell us about the layout and what you remember about that home.
The yard was completely fenced in. It had a porch, and when you went in, you went to the living room. And then when you walked, the next room was the kitchen, then you went down a hallway, and then Martin's room, and then our room, and then the bathroom was at the back of the trailer.
When Alex and Sean were visiting, so let me back up for just a minute. You said in the trailer that Martin had the first room, that you and Darin had the second room. Where did Martin normally sleep? So in 2016, where did he normally go to bed?
In his bed, unless Sean and Alex were there, then they'd wanna
They what?
camp out, I guess you can call it. They'd wanna hang out together.
Where did you generally sleep in 2016?
In my room,
Did you ever sleep in the living room?
occasionally.
Was Darin a snorer?
Yes.
Was it easy to sleep with him because of snoring or difficult?
Some nights were more difficult.
If you weren't sleeping in your bedroom, where might you sleep?
On the couch.
Did you ever sleep in Martin's room?
No, he wouldn't let me.
You mentioned that one of the things you all enjoyed doing was being outside in the fenced yard with the pool. How long did you have a pool out in the yard?
I don't know how long we had it.
Near in time to July 2nd of 2016, had you purchased a new pool for the kids, knowing Alex and Sean would be over as well?
Yes.
When did you get that new pool and what was different about it?
It was one of those, the soft ring ones, the blue ones that blow up in the ring. It was just bigger to fit all of us in it.
And did you buy that while Sean and Alex were here or before they got here?
I don't remember.
Do you remember who was with you when you bought it?
No.
When you were talking about the 2016 responsibilities and the caretaking of Martin, you were talking about sometimes early morning hours. If Darin didn't wake up, you would take Martin with you to the very early morning hours at Jimmy John's. Did you think school was important?
Yes.
Did Darin think school was important?
Yes.
Why couldn't Darin get out of bed?
Objection sustained. If you could lay a foundation.
Sure. Would you see Darin on the days he couldn't get out of bed?
Yes.
Did you talk to Darin on the days he couldn't get out of bed?
Eventually when he woke up.
Would you be able to see why he couldn't get out of bed?
Yes.
What did you see? Why couldn't he get out of bed?
It was a medical condition.
And what was that?
Gout.
Did Darin ever tell you why he couldn't get out of bed?
Not until he would wake up later in the morning
And what would he tell you?
that his gout was flaring up.
Where was your home relative to Martin's school?
Across the street.
Was it easy walking distance?
Yes.
Did you ever allow Martin to walk there on his own?
I did not.
Did you ever find out he had walked there on his own?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
When the school would call me because the crossing guard would be leaving the school and Martin would be standing at the crosswalk.
Did that upset you?
Yes.
Why?
Because he should not have been walking to school by himself at that age.
Would you confront Darin about this?
I would ask him about it,
Or what would he tell you?
that he couldn't get up.
Were you happy in your job in 2016?
I was.
You said that Darin had a medical condition. Did he have the ability to walk?
Most of the time.
Did he have the ability to drive?
Yes.
Did he have a car to use?
Yes.
Would he drive to a friend's house?
Yes.
Like the guy he worked in the garage with?
Yes.
Who was that?
Russell Anthony.
You said that sometimes he worked in Russell's garage. Was that doing mechanic work?
Yes.
Would he have the ability to work as a mechanic in Russell's garage?
Yes.
Did he sometimes have the ability to earn money doing that kind of work?
Yes.
Do you know how often leading up to July 2nd of 2016, the defendant was working in Russell's garage?
The objection's overruled.
Do you know how often Darin was working in Russell's garage?
How often? Every week he was there?
Do you know if it was every day or not?
Not every day.
What did Darin do when he'd stay home?
Lots of different things. Sometimes he'd cook. Sometimes he'd play games.
Did he generally cook?
We did a good bit down the middle. We
You shared
did
it?
Yeah.
When you say games, are you talking about playing games with Martin on the floor?
Sometimes, yeah.
What other types of games did Darin do when he was home?
His computer games.
Was Darin pretty focused on online gaming or computer gaming?
Yes.
Leading up to July 2nd of 2016, how often was Darin on the computer?
A lot. It was a nightly thing.
I want to ask you some questions about Darin's relationship with Martin. Was the defendant like a father to Martin?
Yes.
Did Martin have any other biological father in his life in Colorado?
No.
Did Martin's biological father, you said his name is also Martin Osinski II, correct? Did he play any role in Martin's life while you were in Colorado?
No.
What types of things was Darin in charge of when he was acting like a parent to Martin?
All the same stuff I would, really.
What are some of those things?
He'd get him in the shower and he'd put him to bed or help with food or keep him occupied.
When Darin did get Martin to school, would he drive him or walk him?
Both.
Did Darin sometimes help Martin with his accidents?
Yes.
Was Darin generally calm about Martin's accidents or angry?
Depended on how bad it was.
What types of reactions did Darin have to Martin's accidents?
Yelling.
What would he be yelling about when Martin had an accident?
That he had another one.
What would be an example of his yelling?
Just like goddamn, you had another one.
Why did he get angry?
Sometimes they were overwhelming.
Would it make you angry too?
It would.
Did you ever see Darin discipline physically Martin as a result of accidents?
I did not.
Did you ever discipline Martin physically as a result of accidents?
He would get swatted on occasion.
When you and Darin were both frustrated by Martin's accidents, did the two of you, did you and Darin ever have conversations about how to handle it or why this was happening at age 6?
There was always talks.
What would those conversations be about?
Just different things we could do.
Did you sometimes take him to the doctor, you or Darin, to try to talk about the issue?
We took him to the doctor.
You said that he had lactose intolerance. Did that seem to be a big issue surrounding Martin's accidents?
Yes.
Why so? Or how?
Because everything he shouldn't have was his favorites and I still let him have it. He didn't have them in bulk, but he still had it.
You said that you would still let Martin have some of those items. Are you talking about like cheese and yogurt and ice cream?
Yeah, those are the three, well, ice cream, we switched to sherbet, and then milk, we did soy milk. Sorry.
Did you guys always buy soy milk?
Yes,
When you were talking about these discussions about cheese, yogurt, ice cream got switched to yogurt, cheese, yogurt, and ice cream?
yes,
You said ice cream got switched to sherbet.
yes.
Was it hard to hold true to that and not let Martin have the things that caused him poopy pants?
Every once in a while, we'd let him have regular ice cream, but it wasn't often.
And you said some of the strategies, would you and Darin talk about this?
Yes,
Did pull-ups cost money?
yes.
Were you or Darin ever worried about the cost of pull-ups?
Always,
Why were you and Darin always worried about the cost of pull-ups?
because he was growing and they only get so big.
When I'm asking you about Martin's relationship with Darin, did you ever hear Martin use words of affection to Darin?
Yes,
Like what?
he'd always say, "I love you, Daddy."
Did he ever say things like, "You're the bestest"?
Yes,
Would Darin ever initiate himself those words of affection toward Martin?
yes.
I want to ask you about the days leading up to July 2nd of 2016. Did Martin have any significant health issues that you could see? Any significant health issues?
No,
Had there been things in his life that happened, such as coughing and wheezing and what was perceived as potential asthma?
not so much in the beginning, but we took him on a school field trip to the botanical gardens, and he had a really bad reaction, and we had to take him to the ER, and they sent us home with an inhaler and breathing treatments.
An inhaler and breathing treatment? When you referred to the breathing treatment, was that a nebulizer?
Yes.
Like an actual machine that
Yes.
he'd hold a mask up to his face and you'd turn it on for him, fill it up with medicine and fill it up?
Yes.
How often leading up to July 2nd of 2016 did you observe him with a condition that you thought he needed an inhaler or a nebulizer?
Usually only on days we spent a lot of time outside or around dusty areas, or maybe if we cut the grass or something.
In the days leading up to July 2nd of 2016, did Martin have any breathing issues?
No,
Was he having any coughing issues?
no.
You find a good stopping point, Ms. Mayor. It's just a couple minutes before
Sure.
5. So
I have a good stopping point in just a moment, Judge.
okay,
Thanks.
thank you so much.
You said he didn't have any breathing issues. He didn't have any coughing issues. How about wheezing?
Just when it was dusty or grass clippings or something like that.
How about in the days leading up to July 2nd of 2016?
I don't remember him using it.
Do you remember reporting to anyone leading up to July 2nd of 2016 that he had been sick in the days leading up to that date?
No,
You talked about him being lactose intolerant that sometimes contributed to poop accidents. And you talked about having an upset tummy, Describe some of those situations about an upset tummy.
What do you mean?
What would that, how would that look to you when he started having stomach issues?
He would, he would usually grab his blanket and he would either hide in his room or he would go in the bathroom and shut the door. And based on how long he was in the bathroom, we knew what he was in there for.
Did he have belly aches?
Yes.
Do you ever remember taking him to the doctor for the belly aches?
A couple times, yes.
When you took him in for upset tummy or belly aches, did you often correlate that to any milk, lactose intolerance issues?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because each time we took him there, it was dairy products he had before we went.
Thanks. This would be a good stopping point, Judge. Thank you.
I could see the lawyers at the bench too. Thank you. And Ms. Osinski, if you could be back tomorrow morning. Let's see what time. We start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you could be back here at 10 o'clock, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. The lawyers could approach.